I'm like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man, like, who gave Rollo Tomassi this God tier status? Like, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Like, show me some hoes Rollo Tomassi pulled, you know what I'm saying? Show, like, really, like, y'all acting like he really popping, pushing P, like, y'all acting like he came out the womb saying P.
I've never, ever done this in my life. Welcome to the very first all-birthday Red Pill roast of yours truly, because today I'm old as F. I got lots of guests coming in today, but more importantly, get to hear what this man has to say. Live from Reno, Nevada, this is the Rational Male. Welcome, haters and lovers alike. I hope I have more lovers. You know what? My friends, my lovers can be more, have more vitriol.
You can't be red pill, you're married. You can't be married, you're red pill. Don't wish it was easier, wish you were better, okay?
Hold on, let me fix my tapes. I don't want to sound like a dumb question. Oh wait, shit, it's recording. Hello, welcome.
What's up, homies?
There we
How you
are.
guys doing?
Right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
I know, it blows me out.
Hey.
Customer Appreciation Day! Oh! Yay!
So, you know, me and Will already have.
No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die.
In today's day and age, you shouldn't be getting married until you're at least 35.
That was my next question for you. As a man, what age should you consider getting married?
So I have, this is my thing that I tell guys.
Yeah.
I think 35 years old, had slept with at least 50 women, 100K per year, you're in shape, and you got 6 months to 1 year of savings.
All right, done. I got to get married. I've done all that. That's easy.
Here's the Republic right there. So that is a recipe for a terrible marriage, by the way, guys. Waiting until you're 35 and have slept with 50 women, that is a terrible recipe for marriage by every available data point. It turns out that you are much better in terms of getting married if you get married younger, if you do not have a wide variety of sexual partners. All the stuff about, you know, being in shape and having money and all the rest of it, like, you should try to do that, generally speaking. But this notion that you wait until you're 35, you've already made a bevy of mistakes that have shaped your character and made you much more rigid as a person, and that you should have had a basis of comparison in terms of sex of dozens and dozens and dozens of women. No, the data do not support this, and it's stupid.
Actual statistical studies where they took thousands of people, put them on dates. It was in the UK where they did do this study. They put them on these blind dates, and then they match the blind dates on the succession to whether or not they get a second or third date, and they correlate that by astrological signs.
I love
and
that.
do you know what the answer is? Because I'm sure you do. What is the correlation?
Zero.
Zero.
I don't know.
Zero. It is 0.00.
He's a hater.
Astrological signs mean nothing. They mean absolutely nothing.
You do,
Airy.
but
Airy, dude.
you're right. It does have an effect
right now. Are you a fire sign?
How about Libra?
Oh my gosh, you said Libra.
It's such a Libra thing to say.
Not about to let Don Lemon or anyone tell me I'm not in my prime.
I'm in my prime because I don't need Google to tell me.
I think I'm in my prime because I've never felt better. I'm a wife, I'm a mom, and I'm a member of the U.S. House of Representatives.
I'm the first woman to represent my district in Congress.
I'm a domestic violence survivor. I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother.
This is actually my second career.
There's nothing liberals fear more than strong conservative women.
We have incredible women from all over the country who represent every walk of life and every background you can imagine.
And to say that we are not in our prime is just stupid. This is the time for us to shine. Republican women of all ages, we're just getting started.
Our prime time is now.
FBI, open up!
Okay, you asked for it. Against my better judgment. Here it is.
That was the triplet.
Oh, God. One of the best, you got the best. The hottest band in the world. The triplets. I give you the triplets. Yes. I'm like, yeah, very funny. Yeah. Oh man, the roasting hasn't even started yet, and it's already started, right? Oh my Lord. Thank you very much. Rollo's a boomer. No, I'm not a boomer, dickhead. I'm a Gen Xer. So that was from 1993. There's actually more to that tape. I had to dig that up. I had to go back into my VHS tapes. I had to find a VHS player. I had to get RCA jacks. I had to get an HDMI jack to go into the RCA jacks and then go into the computer. And then see, I give and I give and I give. Oh my God. Yeah. I have some, well, boy, we are going to have a real spicy show today. I've got people coming in. Thank you very much. Yes, even the tape was struggling to cope. Oh, I have some other spicy videos for you today too, from my illustrious career. I got some really interesting photos and things for you today too. It's just, I don't like doing these shows. I really don't. But I'm 55 today. That makes me an Xer, not a boomer. An Xer, X-E-R. Not B-O-M-M-E-R. Got it? Okay, good. Thank you very much. I was born in 1968, not 1958. Oh, geez. Oh, man, I had Big Mo was in there. I had, I had Sterling in there. Who else did I have? Of course, I had my good friend, Mike Sartain. Oh, by the way, I wanted to point out a couple things that, now that I got your attention here. Would you like me to tell you? Today's going to be a day where I'm going to give you some really great old stories. I don't think I've never done a show where I mean, all my shows since the Pat Campbell days have been really pretty much the video extension of my blog and my books. And so when I go on shows like Fresh and Fit, when I go on even when I'm on Access Vegas, I very rarely get asked hey, what do you like to do besides play? Oh, by the way, the guitar, I did this on purpose. That's the guitar that's in the 1993 show. But there's more than just the one, but that one was probably that was the beginning of the end for me, by the way. I was 23. I believe I was 23 in that. How old was I? I would have been, let's see. So 20 would have been 88.
89. So probably about 23, almost 24. I was almost 24 in that episode or in that show. I got I could tell you all kinds of road stories, but I don't know if anybody would be interested in hearing the road story. People like stories though, right? I mean, story time with Rollo. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. I think everybody should get one of these today. All right. At least that. Long live Gen X. Yes. Thank you very much. Yeah. Please remember how we're all talking about accuracy. This is the accuracy I need. Thank you, Matt, for your generous donation. Yeah. I know they're going to come in heavy. We're going to have a lot of guests today. I told everybody to hold off for about an hour so I can get into some we're actually going to talk about some stuff today too. But I figured I would give you guys some. What do you think about MLD saying he's the godfather of Manosphere? Be my guest. Please do. You can have it. Why not? Kevin Samuels was for a while. Who else? Is he? I don't know. But please, yeah, go right ahead. You can have it. I'm done. Hey, this Godfather necklace here, you can have the Godfather necklace. I'm all right with that. Really, I'm fine. I don't need a title for people to understand what my reputation is. Good or bad. Thank you very much, my friend. Let's see. HB. Oh, thank you. Sweet 55. Yeah. Oh, from Amsterdam. Well, a country that I've actually been to several times. The Netherlands, Holland. I've been to. Thank you. Did you see? Thank you for the oddly $110 Canadian dollars. Thank you for that. Thank you for the birthday wishes. And by the way, I'm probably going to take most of these today, my super chats today, and I will put them into Ned's college fund. Would you like to know why? Would you like to know more? Wait. Would you like to know why I'm going to do that? Would you like to know more? Yes, because I am going to be going and picking up a wonderful new pet very soon, whose picture I had available. Where did it go? Here it is. So I wanted to show you guys because we had a family tragedy back in December, and we lost our girl. We lost Bambi, and at a very young age too. She had only just turned 8, and that's kind of prime time for most greyhounds. But she, of course, fell to the big O, which is osteosarcoma. And so I want to let's see if I can find this. Where did I put it? I have her in here somewhere. Where'd it go? Who do I have? I got Mike. All right. What the hell? We'll just put Mike in here. Well, as soon as he decides to show up. There he is. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, man?
I better get you in. I better get you in first because I know you're driving.
I just want to let you know that nobody believes you're 55. They think you're 75.
Yeah, they think I'm 75. Yeah, I bet they do at this stage.
Hey, listen. Let me tell you something else. I don't care what happens. It's your birthday today. Your wife has to have sex with you.
Oh yeah, well that was already taken care of last night.
Listen, you ain't gotta lie just because we're on.
I just hit it again tonight. How's that? I did for you.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, Mike said so.
Anyway, Kylie wants to break terms of service now.
Kylie, please don't flash your boobs.
Happy birthday.
Kylie, she's saying don't flash your boobs. Don't break terms of service. Don't do it. Kylie, don't do it. Don't break terms of service. Don't get kicked off YouTube.
What I'll do, I'll just put a quick super chat above him. But Mike, you guys are driving back from San Diego, correct?
Yeah, man, we did the bunny ball last night. It was.
Oh yeah.
Wild. Yeah, I did the bunny ball last night. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I got you now.
All right, so since I know you do your show for 6 hours on Sunday, when I get home, I'll just call you back from my dad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as soon as you get into Vegas, just hit me up on your landline when you hardline in. All right, man. I'll see you.
I'll call you. I'll call you on the landline. Yeah,
your landline. Yeah. Hardline in. So let's see. Oh, wait a minute. I got Sammy over here. Sam, you can. Oh, that's okay. Sam, thank you for. I got Sam Bada in the chat here too. I just made you an admin, Sam. So just stick to the chats right now. I won't have anybody coming in for at least another hour anyway. So. But I had to get Mike in because I know he was driving back from San Diego. He went to the Bunny Ball, which was another fundraiser. One thing about Mike is he does a lot of fundraising stuff. What do you got here? You should call your next book series 1965. Nah, it's you know what? But that's not a bad thing. What one of the essays, an essay series that I'm thinking about turning into a book is called 1971 right now. But we have a newcomer. Oh wait, I got to read this. Thank you. I'm going to read every super chat today. I don't care. Hey Rollo, happy birthday. I also have a birthday. I discovered you 3 years ago. Changed my outlook forever. I'm making 34 today. Thank you. Oh, very good. Anybody else birthday today? Sometimes I'll run into people like that. Let's see what else we got. Thank you, Mario, for your $4.99. Was that a super sticker? Oh, no, it was a sticker. By the way, just so you guys know, I have a new monitor. I've got a side monitor. So if I'm looking up this way, it means I'm looking at the monitor that's right above the camera right now. And I put the chat in this like kind of like a vertical monitor. So I've got a better control over the chat now. So behave yourselves. Would you like to know more? Would you like to know more? I can, oh shit. Do I have it still up? I guess I do. Jesus Christ. Okay. I can't believe I'm going to do this because this was so long ago. These girls are probably in their 50s right now. I don't want to like sell them out. Happy birthday. In one book, you said you slept with over 40 women in your life. Yeah. 42 and never caught a disease. No. Or got someone pregnant. No. How did you pull this off the safe way? I pulled it off the safe way. I think what's interesting is maybe it was, I think as far as like venereal, by the way, today's Q&A, ask me whatever you want to as well. And I do have some actual things I want to talk about. In particular, I've got a Jordan Peterson video I want to sort of dig into just briefly. The Tates are out of jail. Yes. I am aware of what's going on with Pearl. I'm going to talk about both of those things today too. But I don't want to get too lost in the weeds with those guys. How did I pull this off the safe way? I was careful. Like you probably should be. I think one of the things that when people read, when they read my plate theory series of chapters in the first book, the people who disagree with me sort of on ideological terms or in that context, they tend to take that to like most outrageous binary extreme, which is, well, Rollo just says fuck anything on two legs. No, I'm not. And if you actually read then there's six chapters on plate theory. Plate theory is just a cutesy way of saying dating non-exclusively. Spin plates, my friend. Date a lot of women, whether that's having sex with them or it's having multiple opportunities and prospects going at the same time. I don't care. I even wrote into that chapter, if you, by religious or ideological or whatever, be just personal convictions, you are not the kind of guy who wants to go and sorry, Sammy, I'm going to put this over here. You're not into either premarital sex or you're like, I'm a one woman kind of guy. If that's you, I also write into that chapter about that. So that's what gets me is like, I can tell when people haven't read the actual book. And then also throughout those chapters, I say the same thing, like, be careful who you're putting your dick in. Like, I don't see why that's it's outrageous. Rollo, what do you even think of such a thing? You can be careful. You can also put your dick in the wrong girl and catch, I don't know, HPV or something like that as well. You can be with a girl of your dreams who you think is the ride or die girl. You met her in Bible study and she's just a great gal and she's got a pretty low partner count, but the one or two guys that she slept with, one of them gave her herpes. And now you got it. So it could be one, it could be many. What I'm saying is you just have to be careful. That's pretty much how I went about it. And no, I've never been responsible for an abortion. I've never got a girl pregnant, and I've never had a venereal disease, period. Sexually transmitted. You can't say venereal now because it's like venery. You know what venery? That's your vocabulary word for the day. Venereal disease. Look it up. You're from a line of super troopers. I am all that is man. Old and is man. Wait there. Yes, that's for you, Destiny. Got something to say about Destiny, too. A little bit later. Happy birthday, Rollo. Love from India. Your command over the English language and the way you articulate is top class. Keep going strong. Thank you. I think, you know what? Would you like, okay, since it's my birthday, I can express this to you as well. People always say, Rollo uses $10 words all the time, man. He's just trying to make people think he's smart. Yeah. I'm trying to speak like somebody who has an education, and I have never written down to my audience. I expect you guys to, like, if you don't know a word, that's okay. Somebody says something. The English language is a very, very rich language. It's not just, bitches ain't nothing but tricks and hoes. It's not, it's there's so much more to it. And I think we should like use the language. I'm not saying you have to speak in like Elizabethan England or like in iambic pentameter. Go look that up. There's another $10 word for you. But when I can't even like say the word superfluous on the Dr. Phil show, that tells me there's something wrong with the American population right now when it comes to vocabulary. I try to educate you and entertain you. Happy birthday, RT. Changed my life for the better. Really appreciate your content. Keep on going. Well,
Well, I'm a whore.
Yeah. Let's see. And I will read as many of these today as possible. I have not done a Q&A in so long I can't even remember. Okay. Since you want to see this, wait.
Their debut album is called Thicker Than Water, and when you see and hear tonight's special guest.
This is Nia Peoples. Nia Peoples was a piece of ass back in 1993. I'm going to go out there and say that. This was from, actually, hold on a second before I get too deep in the weeds. This show was from a Paramount Studio show, which, by the way, is where I went to go film the Dr. Phil show. So it was like coming home. I have done 4 different shows for Paramount Studios when I was in my mid-20s. The way this worked out. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you very much. Thank you, Big Mo. Thank you, Big Mo. Big Mo, you can come in later.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
You can come in later and tell these bitches to go to hell as soon as I start taking everybody in here. So the God, this is from a show called The Party Machine. And what I used to do back in the day was I was also a studio musician. And so I would get called for gigs. And this was gig work. Okay. This was not, I did not play for the Trippists. I was asked to play with them, but I was in another band at the time and I couldn't like actually go along with them. But they were looking for hired guns, hired hands. And so for this show, for this episode here, it was like there's 2 songs that on this tape here. I only gave you the one because there's like a hot, spicy solo in this one. But that guitar is the one I was using in the video. And yes, I did have very long blonde hair, which I will show you some pictures of later on, because this is I have been around the sun 55 times as of today. Thank you very much, Zach, for your contribution. You'll always be discontented. You can either deal with it destructively or creatively. Thanks to Rollo. I made my choice a long time ago. Happy birthday. Thank you. And please show us your Warhammer armies one day. All you have to do to see my Warhammer armies is go to and subscribe to the Masculine Geek. Masculine Geek. Just go look it up. I don't have maybe Sammy can call up the URL for me. But it's if you go on YouTube, just put that in, a Masculine Geek, put that in the search engine, you'll find it. I play D&D with these guys. We do like stupid nerd shit all the time just because it's fun. And it's like, it's not technically red pill stuff, but it's just like guys who are Xers. There are no boomers. There are only Xers in this thing. I think other than like Red Pill Thor, I think Red Pill Thor is the only Red Pill boomer I think I know, with the exception of maybe Robert Kiyosaki and a few other guys. But other than, I wouldn't really call Kiyosaki a boomer. I mean, technically he's from that generation, but it's like sort of like your mentality is being a boomer, and then like your demographic is being. But thank you very much for that, Zach. I appreciate you. Oh, and then this is it working? Yeah, cool. And then you can see devil horns behind me there. I'm finally kind of working that out. What I need to do is I got to get more lighting in the back there. I got new lighting that I've been trying to monkey around with a little bit. Okay, would you agree that Hypergamy is more of a straitjacket now than Beta Bucks can be crowdfunded? No, I don't think so. Only because you have to. The reason why, because you don't understand why I say that it's not a straitjacket. The reason I say that Hypergamy is not a straitjacket is so that people don't come at me and they go, that Rollo Tomassi, those red pill guys think that hypergamy means that if a girl finds a better guy, she's just going to drop him and go fuck the other guy. The black pill doomers think that. Like nihilistic Spurgtau doom pill, guys who like want to find a reason for their own self-defeat. Yeah, they absolutely think that. That's not a red pill way of, let's put this, that's not a red pill fact. That's not an objective truth. In fact, I've done my best to, I'll say counter that, but I've done my best to sort of like buffer that. So when I'm talking about hypergamy not being a straitjacket, it means that there are many variables. So for instance, here's the easiest one to understand. You want to know why? Because when you're, let's say 27, and the girl you're with is 26. Now she gets with you and she's in a much greater position of like sexual market power. She's in like she has more sexual agency, right? You need her less than she needs, or more than she needs you. That switches when she hits 32. And let's just say, for sake of argument, you have a great relationship and things work out for you. Maybe you get married, maybe you don't, but you're just in a long-term relationship. You get to be 31, 32 years old. Now you are entering into your prime peak potential when it comes to sexual market value. And now suddenly the tables have turned, right? Now she needs you more than, in a sexual market value evaluation, she needs you more than you need her. Whether you acknowledge that or not is irrelevant. It's just sort of like the unspoken, it's the 800-pound gorilla in the room. It becomes more and more so the older both of you get. So when you are hitting your stride and say like 36 years old and you have the things that make you the most attractive, assuming you have maximized your potential, now the hypergamy that worked in her favor back in when she was 26 and you were 27, now that you're 37 and she's 36, now the tables turn. You want to know why marriage can definitely be a straitjacket, especially the way we do it right now. But the reason why women want those fail safes for long-term security is because they know that those tables will turn at some point, and they want to make sure that they get dividends on the investment they made in you 10 years prior. That's why I say that hypergamy is not a straitjacket. There you go. Hopefully see how succinct. There's another $10 word, succinct. I made that. Comprehensive, concise. Happy birthday, Rollo. I want to tell you, you changed my life for the better. Awesome.
Say my name.
I first found you on SoSwap about 2005. Ooh, man, you are old. Just like me. I used to search for your posts, specifically respect the last boomer. Yeah. Let's see. Hey, Purple Pill Podcast. Well, you can have one of these. How's that? Happy birthday, brother. Thank you for all I've learned from you. Excellent. Standing on the shoulders of giants. And by the way, so am I. I'll be the first to admit. Do you see a shift in more content showing women are leaning red pill? No, I don't. Example, Xena crying on FNF the other night. Yeah, I mean, acknowledging the truth or acknowledging the factual basis of the red pill. I don't even want to say, like, I hate even using the word truth right now. You know why? Because everyone wants to use truth in the word truth in a subjective sense. They want to say, well, my truth, his truth, their truth, Bob truth. But back to your point, do I see it happen? Yeah, I see the acknowledgement of red pill facts. I see the acknowledgement, like in most cases, the begrudging. There's another vocabulary word for you. Boy, I'm full of them today. Full of it. That old man's full of it today. So I see the sort of realization and the acknowledgement for sure. Absolutely. Whether or not they turn into someone like Pearl or Aly or Torshaa, who I love, or Janelle, or just what the hell's her? I don't even know. Like, give me the name of the next, flavor of the month with the red pill females. In that perspective, I think that women will get into the red pill up until the point where they have to deal with that shit that I've been dealing with for 20 some odd years now, and it's a hot kitchen. So if you can't take the heat, don't even get into the kitchen in the first place, ladies. Thank you. Thank you, Purple Pill. What the hell's your name? I'm sorry. Sergio, thank you very much. Hey, I remembered. Not a senior moment. And no, I did not get an AARP card in the goddamn mail. Aaron Clary, thank you very much, who will probably be showing up here any minute now. Happy birthday, Rollo. I've just finished my birthday 32nd and my dad's 70th. Oh, good. Congratulations. Threw a big party for him, me and my dad. Me and my dad has birthday on the same day. Oh, April 2nd. Good. Hey, well, then you get one of these because we're all Aries. We're all Aries. Yes. Oh, boy, that must mean something. You're an INTJ Aries. Okay, why am I goofing on astrology right now? Well, because we're going to have Gary, the numbers guy, come into Access Vegas. The Sticky Paws. Well, it'll be an Access Vegas show. We'll be simulcasting here on this channel, on Gary's channel, and on probably Mike Sartain's channel as well. We have it scheduled right now for April 26th. If you're watching, I think it's probably going to be about 7 p.m. Pacific time, so that'll be 10 p.m. Eastern time. If I can push it or find another, there's 2 studios at Sticky Paws. If I can get into another studio, we might bump it up to a little bit earlier in the day just because we want to play to the East Coast. But right now, 7 p.m., 26th, this show, Access Vegas, Gary's thing, we're going to debate astrology. Yeah, you heard that right. And debate. What do I mean by debate? I'm glad you asked because I bought this nice, spicy new timer right here. Okay, so you do one of these things. Oops, there you go. Oh, okay, so this is a chess timer. Okay, I'm done now. Let's in your turn. Your turn. Oh, no, that's a quick move. So yes, I bought a chess timer. I put my money where my mouth is because I want to do these debates. I would like to, but they can't just be a shouting match. They can't just be a back and forth, right? So when you talk about like formal debate, like on the Senate floor or the House of Representatives or in any kind of like real kind of debate, you have a time limit. You're discussing 2, 3 different. We're going to talk about astrology and whatever else that Gary wants to talk about. So, in that place, in that sense, we're going to be a little bit looser about it. But we will be on time limits, absolutely, because I'm not going to run into this filibustering bullshit that Hafiz pulled with Pearl, and Hafiz pulled with Adam Sosnick, and Hafiz pulls with pretty much everybody he is ever in any kind of like real kind of like discussion with. So we're going to have a very concise, very, organized debate, which by the way, I think Gary is a very organized thinker. I don't believe in astrology, but I think he would appreciate that. So, and that also I want to say this is I got to give here salute to Gary, the numbers guy. I don't know what your last name is, Gary. He's got his own channel. Go check it out. Please do, because he's got the balls to come on our show live in Las Vegas. I opened the door. I said, here it is. You guys have heard me say this time and again, really since, I think November, when Access Vegas started turning into a thing. I'm like, okay, you know what? I got all these people. I got Alex from Playing with Fire. I got Destiny. I got Hafiz. I got God knows who else is, who wants a piece, right? And people keep saying, Rollo Tomassi is ducking all these guys. Okay, I'm not ducking anybody. First of all, I don't think debate today is what you think it is, first of all. But I am willing to entertain your stupid, silly blood sports. I am willing to have a conversation with you. I think that probably a guy like Hafiz is going, you want to know I got the timer? It's probably going to filibuster and talk over and shout. It'll just end up being a shouting match, which of course a lot of people want anyways. But if that's going to be if that's the format that we're doing, why would I go do it on somebody else's show? I've been run up the flagpole. There you go. Everybody drink. Been run up the flagpole by the likes of Michaela Peterson for that shit. So why would I throw out, why would I not go and benefit my own show and do it live in real time? No clips, no, here's a spicy hot take. Oh, here's a 30-second, 45-second TikTok video. Here's an Instagram reel. Why would I do that? Right? Why would I go somewhere else where somebody else is going to take me out of context? Myron and Fresh learned the hard way, even with DJ Academics, even with Flagrant, even God knows who else they've been on, where the clips come out before the actual video does. Not on my watch, not in my house. So here, once again, I will restate what I said back in November. If you want to debate with me, or you want a conversation with me, or you want even to have a yelling, shouting match with me, you're going to come to Las Vegas, Nevada, and you're going to sit across the table from me live in real time, not on some panel show, not on whatever podcast, as much as I like Purple Pill Cop podcast. Sorry, I love you, but I ain't going there. You're coming here. If you want something, you want some of this, you will come. If you're really convicted and you're really self-assured of your positions and you think I'm a rat bastard son of a bitch, I want you to tell me right to my face in Las Vegas, sitting across the table from me, live in real time, streaming. I will book the time at Sticky Paw Studios. We will have, I know, Travis, Chase, or George, the producers. They'll be there. I got to pay my people. I'm willing to pay my people. You just got to come out and come sit across the table from me. I'll be happy to do it. You know who? By the way, I've been saying that since November of 2022. None, 0 people have taken me up on that, except for Gary the Numbers Guy. That's why I say salute in Inferno, sir. You are the first one to do it. You have more balls than Alex from Playing with Fire. You have more balls than Destiny. You got more balls than Hafiz. Yes, I'm calling you out. If you guys want to come to Vegas, let's do it. You want to meet God together? I got nothing better to do. So, Gary the Numbers Guy, you're the first. Thank you, Gary. You know what? We're probably going to disagree vehemently. There's another vocabulary. Vehemently. But you know what? You had the balls to do it. I got respect for you for doing that. So there you go. More respect than I have for those other guys. Okay. Let's see. If your inner chakra is a path, is a life path 3, does that mean you get the bitches and hoes? 3 of 4. Thank you. Yes. Well, we're definitely going to talk about the Forer effect. Go look that up. Happy birthday, Rollo. You're changing. Aly, I see you in the galley there. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to start taking people on. You get to roast me today. You get to talk shit about me. I'm going to sit here and take it on the chin. It's a good old fashioned roast. Happy birthday, Rollo. Your work's changed my life. Thank you. I'm new to Warhammer Studies. Yes, actually, especially under 9th edition, but 10th is coming soon. But under 9th edition, that's a very competitive army these days. Pair it off with something though, like Imperial Guard. Today shall be henceforth known as San Tomassi Day. San Tomassi Day. Thank you very much. Happy birthday. I'll be 47. Okay, I'll be 47 next Friday. When you say ovum selects between sperm, does it also select the gender? I don't think so. I don't know. That's a good question. I didn't read anything that said it does, but I don't know. We'll find out. I notice some families all have boys or all girls. My brother has a boy and a girl. I don't know. Let's see. And yes, I have a younger brother. Hey, there's a Rollo Tomassi fun fact. I have a younger brother. Y'all animals should have went to church today. Yeah, goddamn. Y'all need Jesus. Y'all need Jesus. Thank you. Yes, you're in church today. Is this not better than church? All right. Sterling Cooper, who, by the way, I did say, dude, thank you very much for your contributions there. Sterling Cooper, who I met, how long has it been? I've known Sterling longer than Justin Waller. I remember when Sterling was like a rep. I remember when you were a regular part of Rule Zero and you still need to come on and host now and then, you know. Love you too. Love you, bro. Wait. I can't just do that. I've got to, hell, if Sterling comes in, we have to do this. There, we'll let that run for a bit. Happy birthday, Rollo. Love your work. What that you do. I was wondering, when a man is putting every bit of energy into building himself up, when would it be appropriate to start spinning plates? Immediately. First of all, you don't need my permission to do that, but I would say immediately. Why is Rollo saying that? Well, because I think it's a mistake to, and I see you guys in the private chat. Hang on, Rocky. I got you. Yeah, I think it's Brandon. I think it's a mistake to focus primarily on just one thing at a time. And you'll think, well, what won't I be? Dude, you can multitask, really. If you can multitask at work, you can certainly multitask in your life. In fact, you're probably doing it right now. You don't even realize you're doing it. So when people say, chase excellence, my friend, don't chase girls, like you're chasing girls on a freaking, middle school playground or some shit like that. The problem is that when you look at money, muscles, and game, those are the character. That's the holy trifecta of masculinity, right? It's guys. The reason they find the manosphere, or the reason they find these male self-improvement spaces, is because of one of those three things. And probably some combination of them, really, but at least one. And so if you're deficient in money, people go, oh, chase excellence, be an entrepreneur. Okay, well, that makes sense. Yeah. What if I've got a lot of money, Rollo, and I'm pretty good at game, but I can't get chicks. Well, maybe you need to focus on like actually getting into the social skills or whatever, or maybe you need to go to the gym, whatever. I mean, there's so many different like combinations here. But the thing is each one of those, money, muscles, and game, works synergistically. And I hate to use the word synergy because it sounds new agey, but it's true. So the effects on one of those aspects affects the other two. So as I always throw this out there, if you get in better shape, if you're one of the 75% of Americans who are overweight and suddenly you become not overweight and you get yourself in at least some sort of, like, I'm 55 years old and I'm like, I weigh 175. My body fat percentage is somewhere below 15, maybe 14 now. Yes, I did start taking TRT. Sorry. And watch, this will be the clip, everybody. Rollo's taking TRT. Yeah, I started back in January because Mike said, hey, why don't you try, give it a shot. So I did. You will fundamentally change your mind about things if you get into like TRT, because he said TRT makes effort feel good. And it's true. So with a combination of TRT and then myself going to the gym more often, because this Red One Studios is literally, I can get on my skateboard and go to the gym and work out. So I go to work out like every flipping day. I have no excuse not to be at the gym now. It's literally within walking distance. So it will change your outlook and change your mind and change your attitude about things. So what's that going to do to your game? And what's that going to do to your money? Right? Maybe your game changes because of your physique. And then because you have a better attitude, maybe you're making more money or maybe you're more positive as a result of that. Each one of those works synergistically. So when people say, should I start spinning plates now? You should have started spinning plates anyway. You're probably doing it anyways. Do you think Cuxtony loves to debate anyone for attention? What's the eligibility and qualifications in negating a scholar's argument? Please views. Okay, I'll get to that. I'm going to star that and come back to that because I got CJ Sparxx in my in the gallery right now, and I think she's in Peru, so I have to get to her first. Thank you guys, Iron Disciples. I see you guys. Let's see. Quack Pack got you too. Derek Nelson got you, brother. Thank you very much. Oh, and here's the one I've been waiting for all show. Okay. There you go. Thank you very much. And thank you for $250 going directly to the Ned Tomassi College Fund. Thank you very much. You always come through, PP. Happy birthday and many more to come. Always a pleasure, Rollo. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, without further ado, I'm going to bring on CJ Sparxx because she's looking hot and sexy today. Here we go. Who is this person? Oh my God, who is this person? Can you say something? Oh, wait, I got no audio on you. I got no audio. No audio. Okay, I love you too. I can't hear you. Nobody can hear you right now. All right, come back in when you got audio. Come back in when you got audio. Hold on a second. Okay, she's coming back. All right, who else do I got? I got, let's put Aly in. Aly, you've been waiting a while. Okay, here it is. Here's your chance. Have at it.
All right, cool. All right, so this is the only joke I have prepared, and I'm really working on my comedy lately, so bear with me. I know women are not as funny as men, so I did my absolute best, but I wanted... I wanted to address the fact that Rollo Tomassi operates as if he invented the field of evolutionary psychology. I think that we can only truly conclude that the man has invented one thing and one thing only. He has written a book for ants. I'm tired of pretending that you wrote a book for men when you can only conclude by reading the rational male that it has been written for ants, and that information is completely out of your depth because you would not know anything about ant game and ant mating. That's what I have.
Okay, so you're all ants. Thank you very much. How are you doing, Aly?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm about to pop, which is
I was going to say, how far along are you? Tell everybody how far along you are.
34 weeks. I'm ready to disappear from the internet.
Are you going to do that? Are you going to take some time off? Like, I was going to ask you, I think you're probably the only person I know who has been in the sphere and has gotten pregnant and is having kids. I know a few guys who've had kids, but like they kind of like leave for a while and they come back after a bit. But are you planning on just sort of like exiting for a little while so you can focus on your kid?
I mean, the objective answer, yes, like she would have 24/7 access to me, but it really depends because I could have like an excellent sleeping baby and I could have like an independent baby, but I'm not going to know until she gets here, like the level of independence and sleepiness that's going to go on. But she'll dictate my schedule. If she gives me like 30 minutes to record something, you know, all the better. And then if I only have like a couple hours a week to edit, then I'll do that. But that's the beauty of making your own schedule. Yes, I know I'm going to keep writing.
As a parent, vaya con Dios. I hope it all works out for you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming by. See you. All right, let's put Rocky Savo in. What's up, my friend?
What up? Happy birthday, brother.
Give me shit. See if you can be better than ants.
Man. Rollo don't respond to my text, and Rollo don't get no host.
God, he's a fraud.
How's it going, brother? Happy birthday.
Wait for that. I love that picture in the back there. If you guys don't know who Rocky is the mind behind the Red Pill Lions NFT, and I should say the Red Pill Lions community, the Red Pill Lions Discord server, the Red Pill Lions merch, the Red Pill Lions podcast, which is taken out. Are you guys above 1,000 now? Are you guys monetized finally?
For subscribers?
Yeah,
we're at 8.7.
Okay, so you're doing
yeah, we're good.
You need my help.
We're good.
All right, roast me. Go for it.
Oh man. I'll be honest, I didn't know that I was gonna have to come up and roast you, so I don't have a roast. But yeah, I more or less came to say happy birthday.
All right, then you can just suck me off. How's that?
That sounds good.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. Red Pill Thor. Dun, dun, dun.
Hey,
man.
Jay, this is Silent Bob. Wish you a happy birthday.
Snooches booches.
Absolutely. Hey, I am going to wish you a happy birthday and use your official Latin name, which is Hail. Maximus Tomasimus. Also known as Sly Marbo, God Emperor of Mankind. Happy 10,023rd birthday. Oh, my friend.
What's that?
Skull, my friend.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, Red Pill Thor, for your participation.
Let's just use RP from now on.
RP Thor,
you know.
Yeah, I can see that. You're the only dude in the sphere that is older than me. And I got to point out to the people watching right now, Red Pill Thor helped me pick out the Camaro that I have right now. So if you haven't seen the pictures of my Camaro on Instagram, he was there when we were test driving it with the top down too, by the way, which I haven't taken it down since I was in the car with you. So you're gonna have to come out and later on in spring, maybe in May or something, we'll put the top down and we'll go like, I don't know, blast freaking what is it? I'm in a Marth down the Las Vegas Strip.
That's Slayer. Lamb of God. We got to do that. We're going to travel for that one.
Cool. Thanks, man. Thanks for dropping by, man. All right. And then I have Leisure Suit Gary. Gary Woods.
Leisure Suit Larry. The first time I heard that from you,
that's me and Mike Sartain's name for you is Leisure Suit Gary, because you're always wearing some like spicy ass outfit whenever we see you.
You gotta have a little bit of peacock in you, you know.
That is true. So what's going on, man?
It's you know, again, it's hard to come onto a roast because I treasure every jewel of information that you've dropped. You know, most of my friends before meeting you first time in, I think, Miami at George Gammon's event, maybe like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So many people have been talking about your content for so many years. And I was like, oh, that's the guy talking to Kiyosaki. So I'm glad that we have our friendship. And yeah, I'm looking forward to hitting 55 as well, not far from myself. I am 52, turning 53 soon. So excited about you leading the way.
Well, thank you. I'll do my best. In case you guys don't know who Leisure Suit Gary Wood is here. You're right. I think I met you at Rebel Capitalist, didn't I? And that was when I met you, it was at the time when I was just realizing that there was a lot of crossover between like the financial spheres or I got real estate spheres and the crypto spheres as well. So I kind of look at those as sort of like, you know, we talk about money, muscles, and game. I think that there's different spheres. Like there's the fitness sphere, there's definitely the game sphere, which what I would be part of. And then there's the muscle sphere, which is, or the money sphere, which is like sort of where you're at, Kiyosaki's, George Gammon, Ken McElroy, Jason Hartman. All those guys. I mean, you're very good friends with Jason too. But I sent him a link. Hopefully he'll show up too. But thanks for dropping by, man. I much appreciate it.
Let me say this last bit is, you know, Justin Waller, I saw Sterling in the room earlier. You're basically, the life journey for me is to find people that have agency, high agency. And I think of you as one of those kind of people because you asked that kind of question, you know, who would you call if you were trapped in a third world prison? And, you know, that person that pops in your mind is the person that's highest agency in your life. So I appreciate that you bring men together for this kind of education for others.
Thanks. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Oh, man. Bye-bye, Gary. Gary, Leisure Suit Gary, everybody. Thank you very much. I got some other guys here. Let's see who else is in the house. Oh, boy. Paul Butala, live long and prosper. Background worked at a large factory and thought I won the Kobayashi Maru, the no-win situation. Then an elder man I didn't know noticed the signs and told me his story. Same as what was going through. My thought was they really have a playbook. Thank you. Thank you. I like to think trust me, I don't think your guys are ants, but you know, I think people think it's let's see, what was this? Oh, here we go. Oh, hold on. There you go. What's this? Am I wasting my talents? I've got a lot of talents. Tori, you're more than welcome to come on anytime you want. Tori, are you not a mod already? I thought I made you a mod. Hang tight. I do need to make you thank you. Thank you very much. Real Femme Sapien, Aly. I do not wear New Balance sneakers. You are mistaking me with a man with an older mindset than I have, and his name is Aaron Clary. Let's see what else we got here. I'm going through all these today. Sorry, I'm going to hit everything. On my 32nd birthday party today, one topic was prominent though. When am I going to get married from my friends and relatives at your 32nd birthday party? You know what? Hold out, my friend. Hold out to at least 35, right? Because our good friend Ben Shapiro, thinks you should he would be very disapproving right now. Oh my goodness. Holy smokes. Thank you, Rollo. I used to be really depressed when it came to women, but now I have accepted women's nature and happier than ever. It's better to be right than be happy. Well, here's the thing. I've just been rethinking that, and you probably know what I'm going to say here, because I think that the way we do happiness, or the way our concept of happiness, is completely in error. So would I rather be happy or would I rather be right? I don't think that it has to be an either or thing. And I know that sounds very optimistic and Pollyanna, but there's another vocabulary reporting. But I think that when you look at how happiness works in human beings, happiness, all emotion really, whether it's depression, anxiety, fear, happiness, look at all the base emotions, right? Happiness, joy, whatever, anxiety, depression, sadness, loneliness, the negative emotions versus there's positive and negative emotions, right? Emotions are meant to move us and motivate us from one state to another so that we can better survive, right? Emotions are definitely evolutionarily adaptive. So when I look at it in those terms of would you rather be happy or would you rather be right? I think I would like to be happy in finding out how to be right. That makes sense? There's your stupid old man wisdom for the day. Happy birthday, Rollo. Thanks, JWB19. Happy birthday to Ned's sidekick and composer of The Rational Male. Yes, it's Ned's world, and he just lets us live in it. Book changed my life. Thank you very much. I guess you're not an ant. Let's see. Andemus, your tools help us gain leverage over our own humanity, dignity in a world that demands we be superfluous, yes, and interchangeable. Oh, and by the way, sacrificial. Love your work. My personal thanks for chapter 1 of your first book, and happy birthday, good sir. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh, man, I am just scrolling like a madman. Let's see. Excel Self. Okay, now I got a few more. Who is this Rollo Tomassi? Rollo Tomassi. Which way is the beach? It's that way. What movie? I heard he gets no hose. Rollo Tomassi don't get no hose, man. Where'd it go? God damn it. I ruin that line every single time.
Man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hose, man.
Birthday, don't let the wall hit you. Thank you very much for your contribution. Pair bonding doesn't it happen for men? Well, it depends on what you mean by pair bonding. I've done full episodes on that. Inspired by Drew Afualo, nonetheless. Our good girl, where'd she go?
Hey, y'all.
No, not you. There's Drew. If so, how is it more or less the same in importance for men as women? Let's put a star next to that, and I'll come back to that. Nick. There you go. Happy birthday, Rollo. Been following your work since 2011, prior to the year one blog post, and forever grateful. Wow, man, you, sir, you get another one of these just because you are the old guard. Anybody in the chat like read me on the So Suave days, like as far back as like 2000? I joined So Suave in 2002. I don't think I really became all that popular in about 2004. That's when things really kind of took off. It's okay, Tori. I know you're always late. That's the one thing. Here. Would you like some more old man wisdom, Torshaa? Here, let me sit down for you and talk to you, an old man. There's two things that are always going to be late in life: the check from home and young ladies. There you go. What do we got here? Thank you for all you do. You saved my life. Well, thank you. Gosh, for saving everybody's lives today. Happy birthday, Chief. I think I could be a chef too. I'm actually pretty good at cooking. I had to be. All these bitches don't know how to cook, so I had to learn.
These bitches to go to hell.
You know who the best chefs in the world are? Men. Happy birthday, Godfather. Holy mackerel, speed freaks, because red ones go faster. There's another 40K reference for you. Emilio Fanicio. I need I'm just you super chat so often. I need to get a sound drop just for him. Emilio Fanicio. With so many disingenuous dilettantes, vocabulary words. You, Rollo, have a genuine desire to help struggling men. Happy birthday. Thank you. I appreciate that. And this is, by the way, the first time I've ever done a birthday show. Happy birthday, Rollo, from Morocco. Thank you very much.
Hey, y'all.
There you go. Wait. Here we go. This is good. Final joke. Rollo Tomassi don't work with mids. No, I don't. Work with. Collab with? I don't know. And he should, because that's beauty discrimination. You're goddamn right. And by the way, Aly was the one who gave me that shirt, my Breaking Bad shirt. Happy birthday, Rollo. I'm glad you are in a kick-ass metal band. It is a kick-ass metal band. I think so. Would you like me to play some maybe I should play some, I don't have it queued up, but I could. I should play some of the new stuff that we have going. I could give you the demo stuff that Trial of Ascension is working on right now. And the author of The Rational Male. Thank you very much. You know what? I'll tell you, it's funny. Let me see if I will probably get in trouble for this, but you know what? It's my birthday and I don't give two shits about it. Where'd it go? I have it loaded right here. Here you go. This will get me in trouble, but I don't care. And I had to remove that before 30 seconds or I'm going to get a copyright strike. I did a deep dive into my videos today. Oh, my Lord. Look who we have in the house.
Man.
Wait. My heterosexual life partner is in the house today. I tell you, like remember when we were at, I think it was back in July, when we were at Jedediah Bila's show. I think it was the first time I was doing Jedediah Bila, and she was like talking about, how, and God bless him. I love her, and I love Jeremy, her husband, but she was referring to Jeremy as her partner.
Right.
I'm introducing you as my partner. I'm like, maybe I should just my business partner.
Pause, of course.
Dollar Cost Crypto, Miguel, who's also kind of like a honorary member of Access Vegas, since he's the one who gives us all of his time on Thursdays, which, by the way, we need on the 13th and I need on the 27th too.
I got you, homie. Don't you worry, man. But
all right, roast me, go.
Yeah. Oh man, dude, this old fuck, man. 55-year-old Rollo Tomassi, man. Like all he's doing. The only plates he spins are fucking greyhounds. That's all the plates he spins. This morning, this motherfucker ends up calling me, telling me like he's not telling me about some chicks. He's telling me about like, oh man, Miguel, I can't call you back right now. I'm walking my dog Ned.
I told you to call back in 30 minutes because I had to go run. I run a dog every single day.
Damn right, man.
That's right. MLD's best friend, dollar cost crypto. That's right.
There you go. Oh, is that what they're saying? Oh, wait. Oh, thank you, Kevin, for that. Oh, wait, this was the one. There you go.
Yeah, there you go, man. No. Shout out to Rollo Tomassi, man. I've been trying to get this guy to get a skin fade for a long time now.
Yeah, I know. I'm still, I have to cash out of Coinbase. I think I'm just going to cash out and just like put my money elsewhere, or like take it and put it in a wallet.
I got throttled just like you, man. But talking about Jeddah for a second. I barely even remember her talking about her husband. All I remember her is like literally like creaming her pants about Justin Waller. Anyway,
I'll tell you what's funny, and I love Jed, and I knew that was what was going to happen when Justin was going to go on there, because I mean, a lot of the guys that I work with, Valuetainment finds their way to inviting them on the shows, right? So you've got Justin, you've got Sterling, you got Myron Fresh, of course, I got them on
right
within a month of me being on PBD. Hell, I'm surprised. I wish they would have had you. They probably would if you lived in Florida.
I lived in Florida, yeah. I mean, I'm not. We'll see. We're gonna be there on the 21st. We're gonna do the whole rollout for the crypto mindset course again.
Excellent.
Yeah, first time in 6 months. It's gonna be sick, dude. Like all the guys who took the last course in was it November? I mean, everyone's up like 2 to 5 times on their capital.
I gotta say, I'm gonna ask you one more question, but before we do that, you and I are gonna be going to Miami, about the middle of May, I believe, the 18th to the 20th. I'll probably be there early. But what are we gonna be doing there, Miguel, when we are in Miami?
We're gonna be going to a crypto con.
Yeah.
We're at a crypto convention.
Everybody parties like hell.
Yeah, there's going to be like I think we're doing a Hex or Pulse chain sort of a Miami week there, as well as there's going to be like some other crypto convention that's going to be there. So we're going to be partying around. You'd be surprised when I bring Rollo around. Everyone's like, "Holy shit, that's Rollo!" What?
Maybe because Gary was at the PulseCon when I was there with you in October. I didn't even know I was going. You're like, "Hey, we're going to go." And I'm like, "All right." And so what happened when I was walking around there? What was that? So what building was that in? It was
it was the what's called Las Vegas Convention Center. Basically, it was gigantic. It's gigantic. But he walks in and stuff, and people are just turning around. Like there's for the crypto convention there, we literally got like I guess these crypto thought strippers stripping in the main lobby around, throwing with like dollar bill machines. Like people are like dousing these girls in dollars and stuff, and then every guy like turns around from the chicks to look at Rollo and walk that way. And then,
weren't they strippers? Like they were on like that rotating stripper pole. It had a deck. It had this disc that was like turning around, and then there's a stripper pole, and the girls, and they were playing games or something on there too, weren't they? Like they had some sort of.
They were showing some bullshit kind of stripper coin, like anytime it's like if dentist coin. Stripper coin. I mean, a lot of like Cum Rocket didn't work. Remember Cum Rocket? That was supposed to be like OnlyFans, right? Supposed to be OnlyFans. These things don't like those things don't work. Those super gimmicky things don't work and stuff. It actually has to be stuff where you can actually do transactions and yield farming works and stuff like that. But it's it's just gimmicky stuff. I mean, like it just is what it is.
Thanks for that, Kevin Murphy. Much appreciated, my friend. Yeah, okay, so my last question is this, since you're not going to roast me, because I know you won't roast me, because you work with me, and you love me, and you love my dogs. And by the way, I should explain something else about our unique sort of partnership. Right. For the longest time, I was trying to work out some way to like do some sort of collaborative co-op with Valuetainment. Right. To the point where I was actually legitimately considering like relocating from Nevada to Florida, and everybody's saying that. And then we had you and I. You were at the dinner with me and Adam Sosnick and Patrick Bet-David and the whole team, and it was pretty much like, move out here. We'll be happy to, help you out kind of thing. But it was more or less just like very kind of a lopsided situation.
Yeah. And, I mean, you know what I told you where afterwards? I mean, I said it was kind of like probably not the best deal. I mean, it wasn't, look, at the end of the day, it wasn't a bad deal. Like, I mean, but they were asking us very weird questions. And like, thank you for bringing me on that. I mean, obviously like we wanted to have like 2 takes on it just in case we missed something. But like 30-40% of the conversation was about Andrew Tate. if we're being honest.
Yeah. Big ups, right? Yeah, exactly. It was more about the Tate situation, and that was before he got canceled too. Right. So that was in like towards the end of July, and at that point, I had put about 7 months into my maybe 6 or 7 months into my relationship with Adam Sosnick and PVD, and I was just starting one with Jedediah too, because I really felt like I really still kind of like. I mean, I like the thing. The organization's like. But it was at that point, like when we got back in the Uber car after that dinner, and you could tell I was pissed. Yeah. And you're like, dude, why don't we just go do it in Vegas?
Right.
So I want everybody to know that Access Vegas, the man responsible for for the decision to do Access Vegas, I mean, directly was Miguel. So just so you know, because he says, let's just do it in Vegas. And before we even met Mike Sartain, we were like, let's go find a building.
Yeah, we were going to build a studio.
We were seriously going to do that. We were going to put some money into a studio, either rent it or buy it, and then we were going to put some equipment in there, and we were going to have a dedicated studio. And then we got in touch with Mike. Mike was it was too good. It was meant to happen. So Mike was too good. I did that interview with Mike. It was too good of a deal not to. I like Mike, another partner, right? Another brother I didn't know.
Mike's a great guy, by the way. If you guys don't know, check out his MOA and stuff. He'll get your Instagram just right.
Yeah. And so it turns out we didn't need to. Thanks, Maddie. We didn't need to actually go and buy a place because we already had Sticky Paws right there. Travis might even come. I've invited everybody today. We ended up forging a lot of new networks and a lot of new like friendships as a result of us just making that one decision on that one Uber ride back to the hotel.
And let me tell you this right now. I mean, this is no diss, but like we told everyone in Miami about it, right? Like we told Fresh and Fit, we told Waller, like everybody.
Immediately afterwards, too, like within a day or maybe even that same night, I think.
Yeah. We told everybody, and they're like, "Bro, that's a terrible idea. Don't do it. Come to Miami instead," right? And the funny thing is around, right, when Fresh and Fit came over here, they're like, yo, Vegas ain't that bad. I kind of like this place. Like, I mean, even Waller's thinking about coming to Vegas now.
Yep. I think that, I think that the decision to move to basically make a West Coast hub for what it is, whatever this crazy shit is that we do, I think that was the best decision we could have made because there's nobody over here that's doing it, and certainly not like us. Now, people will say, well, what about whatever podcast? Whatever podcast, I'm not taking anything away from Brian, but it's sort of limited to UCSB. And he's in Santa Barbara, University of Santa Barbara, and I like, and again, I've talked to him, I've helped him out, I've been trying to coach him a little bit, in emails and stuff. I hope I can go out there and do a show with him. He desperately wants to get Myron and Fresh on that show. I don't know if that's going to happen, but it's in California. I don't think California is the state to be in if you want to do this stuff. So you have to be.
Not if you like money.
Vegas is an international hub, man. I mean, you can get a nonstop flight from Japan all the way to Vegas, right?
I mean, literally, like, depending on where you live and stuff, I mean, it takes 5 to 8 minutes to get to the airport, fly anywhere in the world last minute. I mean, literally just the way back is a little tougher, right? But you can fly anywhere in the world at any time.
Yeah, it's a hub.
It's literally the hub right there. And on top of that, I mean, the flights are pretty cheap as well because like it's subsidized. It's crazy as hell and stuff. I mean, like they like Las Vegas makes sure that you can fly to Vegas really cheaply. So it's really good for guests as well. There's tons of hotels, casino. I mean, literally you can all the vices, you can have them on or you can turn them off. You can go hiking. The gym culture here is insane. I mean, literally all the professional bodybuilding on the planet is based in Vegas. On top of that as well.
Welcome to my backyard. I live in Reno, but I feel like I live in Vegas as it is. I used to, when I was working in wine and spirits, my main accounts were in Vegas. There's a wine and spirits trade show. It's called WSWD or WSWA. I can't remember the acronym, but it's a wine and spirits trade show. It happens. One of them happens in Las Vegas, and then the following year it happens in Orlando, and they trade it back and forth. And the reason why they do that is because those are the biggest convention cities on planet fucking Earth. So with the exception of maybe like Macau, Vegas is, and even then, Vegas is the biggest hub that you can go and have people fly into. So we're in the perfect, ideal place to do what it is that we're doing, and it can only go up from here. So looking for, and we're kind of in the formative stage And John Orlando, the guy who is the owner of Sticky Paws, I've had conversations with him before, and like we're still working on money. You've been working with John as well. That was another relationship that we made as a result of the decision to stay, to do it in Vegas. And John wants to expand Sticky Paws. He's got a lot of lines in the water right now. And I had a meeting with him and Charlie from Cultivate Crypto at Sierra Gold.
Sierra Gold, baby. That's the spot.
And I told, like, at the end of that conversation, I'm looking at John. I go, John, this is the fun part. This is the fun part. Like right now, we don't have all the headaches that we're going to have in the future right now. This is the fun part where there's all this uncertainty, but we're planning and we're hoping this is going to work out. And you know what? It's going to work out. But when it does, we're going to be all stressed out and pissed off because we'll have more problems that we didn't have right now, where we're just kind of like, brainstorming and being very creative. This is the funnest part of all of this right now. So hopefully, we'll go into the future and we'll have a lot more success coming up. So
no, definitely. I mean, and the other part of the decision to choose Vegas as the next spot is like I was looking at a map in terms of like we basically have the East Coast kind of dominated, like in terms of like Fresh and Fit have Miami, and who the hell doesn't want to go to Miami? Like, do you want to be in the winter right there in New York? You got a lot of snowbirds and stuff. So the East, so I was like figure like, but at the same time, like I just came from California and knew it was eroding completely. I'm born and raised in California, and I love where I lived. It was turning into a shithole. Just completely. So we're getting this giant brain drain into basically Texas and Nevada, and mostly into like you're getting a lot of snowbirds and stuff like that, or I would say a lot of people moving into Reno. Reno's growing pretty well. So is Las Vegas, and then on Dallas as well and stuff like that. So like we figured like Vegas would be the spot there, and then we're getting a ton of people still moving in from like LA, so we're getting a lot of industry connections and stuff. I mean, just from being in this with John Orlando and being in Sticky Paws and doing all this connections and stuff. I'm going to a movie premiere with for the Jordan movie, and like we're going with Dana White.
Oh man,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we're going to a private event with Dana White. I mean, like we get invited to all kinds of things and stuff. We the other weekend when we were fresh and favorite with the Rumble team. The CEO of Rumble and all these guys and stuff. So this is just kind of the connections that we were starting to build out right now. And it's all because of like Rollo and Michael Sartain and all the guys making
and you were there when it happened too. I remember last year, and I think it was right around, it had to have been around June. I think it would have been Rebel Capitalist time, but I was there. Yeah, I think you were there. Justin Waller was definitely there. It was Ken McElroy. Yes. Kiyosaki, George Gammon, it was the boys, and you were on the show as well. That
was a money show.
You're sitting there with Robert Kiyosaki. You're sitting there with Ken McElroy, who, by the way, is like, if he's not a billionaire, he's freaking close to it. Yeah. And then there's George Gammon, who has a lot of money, is worth quite a bit of money. And you're on there with Myron and Fresh, and you guys are talking about economics and stuff like that. I'm not an economics guy. I'm not. I don't talk about dollars and cents. I don't even talk about crypto all that much, but I am in that sphere sort of by default now, because George Gammon's read my book. He loves my book. He suggested it to Kiyosaki. When Kiyosaki was going through his divorce, he comes to me. I started having a relationship with Kiyosaki. And so there's all this back and forth. So when people are like, oh, Rollo's just selling a bill of goods and stuff like that. No, dude, I'm in a lot of people's spheres right now as a result of what I've been doing. And so here's Miguel sitting on a show with guys who are like, I mean, you're no slouch yourself, but like,
Yeah, I mean, they've been in the game a long time. I mean, this is like, I'm on the table with billionaires, damn near.
Well, I was going to say, maybe you remember this, and because I laughed my ass off when we were at Panorama Towers. And we were going to we were going to do the show, and we were all done. We were taking our pictures. It was me and Kiyosaki and McElroy and Justin, and everybody else was there. And if they weren't on the show, they were waiting in the wings. We were on the couch or something, watching it go down. Great show, funny as hell. And I'll tell you, it was surreal to be in the elevator going down to the, once we're done with the show, we're going down, and it's all of us in the elevator. And I'm looking around, and I'm going, how much money do you think is in this elevator right now?
billions in this elevator.
There's at least $1 billion, maybe $2 billion of just in this elevator right now. And if we were to get off the elevator down at the the lobby or whatever of Panorama, like how many people would know us getting off? Like I'm the least paid of anybody in that elevator. How many people would know that's Kiyosaki, that's Ken McElroy, that's Miguel, that's George Gammon, that's Justin Waller. Unbelievable.
Do you know what? Do you remember what I said? I was like, if this elevator went down, like they would end up calling this day the day the red pill died.
Yeah, Black Friday, Black Thursday.
You know what's cracking me up so much, because like Gammon is, for people who don't know, Gammon is super tall, unbelievably tall.
6'3", 6'4". He's taller than Justin Waller.
Yeah, taller than Justin Waller, big dude, really big dude. Has got his hands in a ton of real estate. And you know what was really funny? He told me, Miguel, hey, you mind staying back here on the couch with me for a little bit and stuff while we I want to check out this after hour show for a little bit. Like, all right, let's check out the after hour show. He basically told me, he's like, I want to see how dumb, basically, in my words, not his. I basically want to see how dumb these girls are to remind me why I shouldn't get married and be in a dumb relationship. And then he's like, yep, exactly what I needed. And
wow.
And then he flew back to Colombia the next day.
Oh, geez. All right, man, I got to let you go. I got other people waiting in the wings here right now, but thanks for dropping by, man. I much appreciate it. I love you like a brother, Miguel.
I got you. When you come to Vegas, I got something for you, man. So later.
All right. Let me jump to a couple of these real quick. Catch up. 24 years old. Done reading 1 and 5. Oh, so the first book and the Player's Handbook. Reading the third, expecting how to form tribes and how to deal with trust issues, responsibility, and authority that come along. Well, thank you for watching that. Maddie, let's see. Kevin Murphy, happy birthday, Rollo. If it were not for your work, I would never have realized my true potential as a man. Since your first book, my life has improved massively and continues to get better. Thank you for that. Everything's massive. Happy birthday, Tito. Filipino accent. Yeah, you know, there was a time where I could mouth a few words in Tagalog. Hope you have many trips around the sun. Thank you. This is my last one, right? Today is the last day. Maybe you and Mike will see this 5'7" Filipino guy in VIP at EDC. At Electric Daisy Carnival Conference Convention. Carnival Cavalcade. Your books have made a positive difference in my life. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for opining, and to make such a massive change in your life, you have to be massive yourself, just like my good friend Big Mo decided to come in today and join me.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Oh,
God. Yes, sir.
Oh, man. So good to have you. Okay, you got to roast me. Go. Oh, he's got Charles Ascension on. That's awesome.
I mean, come on. I had to do it with your old man. You such an old man. Yo, when you said your age, my back started hurting.
Bust me down in a rap.
I don't know. I ain't got nothing to rap about, but my back started hurting when I'm like, man. He's like, what? 75. Damn. I like, oh, my bad. Oh my God. But big ups to the Godfather. Happy birthday. Thank you for everything you've been teaching us, and thank you for all the wisdom. We all appreciate you. You can't be red pill. You're married. Married your red pill. Don't wish it was easier. Wish you were better. Okay. And this was very special to me because during my time at Fresh and Fit, for those if you don't know, I'm just some guy at a small local radio station in downtown Miami. I'm no one special.
Radio station, yes.
Exactly. But my very first day, I was when Myron gave me the call. I'm like, all right, check this out. We're gonna have you on at 7, or like the first show's gonna be at 7, and we're gonna have Rollo Tomassi. I'm like, what? I'm like, hold on. What? The Godfather, Rollo Tomassi? Like, what? I was just reading like, and then find out. So yeah, that was my very first day on the job, and I just from meeting you and then meeting Myron Fresh, I was already happy. I was already satisfied. I was already happy with everything. So it's still such an honor. I know that you know, we consider each other's friends now, close
Oh,
friends. We met each other, you know.
I don't think
Even
enough
when I
people really realize just how quick we became friends. Like, I don't even think you had the job.
I didn't. I was just trying out, and the fact that I got to even meet you, and so you know, it still is like, and I had to show some faces. I'm just a little under the weather, but I had to come see you.
Yo, man,
I had to when it was your birthday. I was like, man. So I'm still in the middle of treating myself, but still, shout out to you.
I'm trying to think of stories. I'm trying to think of stories.
Especially when I went out I went out to Vegas. Like I slid to a lot of you guys. Even I flew out there to Vegas. So
yeah, I know.
If I'm finding the time, and Lord knows
to do that. Yes,
Myron keeps me very busy. He keeps me,
especially then too, because you were even a day late because of that too.
Yes,
you're coming out to Vegas, and you still you could have just blown it up, but you didn't. So.
And I even had to put working on the audio book to the side a bit because Myron was just recording an audio book. I was supposed to be doing that, but I'm like, this was the only opening I had to go to Vegas, so I was like, screw it, and then. Myron was like, "Oh yeah, we canceled our trip." What? Like out like just a few hours before the flight, and then Myron was just gracious enough and be like, "You know what? Just go."
Just go. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You know, Myron asked me if I would come out next week to do shows. I'm still. It depends on whether I'm going to be picking up my new dog or not. So it's really kind of depends on their schedule, so not mine. So
he did say you were supposed to be.
If I do, I just have to figure out what day it's going to be because I got to coordinate it with my pickup of the new Greyhound that I'm getting. So I mean, other than that, sure, I will come out there and do whatever you want me to do.
Exactly.
You see this day, especially this week, and what's been going on in the news lately. I'll be happy to come out there and talk with you.
And I just remember it was 10 myths about men women don't know.
Is that what we talked? Yeah, that was
my very first day. That was the episode.
And then so I think it was at that one where it's like I put the hat on you and go, see, it's the hat that makes you
yeah. Because when I first saw you, I was like, oh, I was just quoting. I didn't even know what to really say to you, so I'm just like. Just quoting all your lines. I'm like, never wishes Richard better. You can't be married. You're red pill. You can't be red pill. You're married.
I was like, oh Lord.
The hot guy at the phone cannon party.
I remember when Trey left and then they were looking at somebody else. I was like, oh Lord, please let him get this job.
I was like, hot guy phone cannon party, sandwich artist. And you're like, all right, I get it.
Run the black ball.
You read my books. I get it. Okay.
And then to the icing on the cake was, I think our second show was when we did the Red Pill Avengers episode with Andrew Tate, myself, Justin Waller, and I think was Sterling Cooper in on that.
Sterling Cooper
was on there too with us. Yeah, that was December of 2021. That was right before the infamous You Are Here show that I did. So trial by fire, man. They just threw you in and you sink or swim, and you swam very well, my friend. I'm glad. I am happy to call you a friend.
And remember, my third day on the job was the girl with the gun.
So
I'm like,
man, I
was like, God.
I'm glad you know what you're doing too.
But I said I don't know what's going on, but I'm meant to be here. So screw it. But I was happy to be here, and you know, I still always find the honor. And also big shout outs to the Fresh Fit Discord.
Yes,
you know, the Discord, the Fresh Fit Discord wishes you a big happy birthday.
Thank you.
We're actually on Positive Masculinity.
Icy hit me up and she asked me to come in. I couldn't come in last Tuesday, but in case you guys don't know, the guys on the Fresh and Fit Discord do a we call it home fellowship or Bible study. So they read, like, you're on book 3 right now. So they've been reading this 5-part series. You also read Myron's new book too, Why Women Deserve Less, which I did the cover for. Thank you very much. They do that on every Tuesday, right, at 9 p.m. Eastern? Yeah. Okay. I just want to make
right, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Because I kind of, if I'm available, if I can, if I'm done eating, because you guys hit me up like right at dinner time. But if I can do it, I'm usually I try to get in there at least once or twice a month. So.
We really try not to bother you too much, you know.
That's okay. Bother me.
The point is, you know, we're here to save lives, to save fellow men. And it is a fellowship. It's a community.
It is.
You know, it's a brotherhood. We're there for each other. And shout out to Viking Paradigm, because it's me and him. We do like the context, because we're longtime students of your work. So there's times you might say some things where people are not sure of their understanding. So me and Viking helped out with, you know, whether it's vocabulary, what you're saying, or maybe a video that you've done that you talked about a certain section. You know, we give extra context to that. But it's all about just, you know, help. You know, we try not to bother you too much, but
that's all right.
You know, it's all about helping guys. And your work we see no better material to helping other guys than your work. So that's what it's all about.
That means a lot to me. And I do, once again, oh, by the way, thank you for getting me that guitar case on a moment's notice.
Yeah.
But Mo is a fantastic musician. He's a great songwriter. He's a great rapper. He's great. He's good at audio in all aspects. And it's your mom that owns a music store, right? Music school. So I was trying to travel back. I know people know this story. I usually keep an acoustic guitar out in Miami, but I wasn't spending as much time in Miami anymore. So because I'm in Vegas. So I want to take my guitar back. I was like literally like the night before I was supposed to fly out. I said, Mo, you're the only musician I know. I said, can you help me get a case for this thing so I can carry it on the plane? And literally within like 45 minutes, she shows up at the studio, and here it is, this beautiful, like almost custom made thing that was from your mom's school. And I was just like, oh.
Yeah,
thank you, Lord, for Mo.
she owns like multiple types of guitars, so that's why it's like okay, I'm like, oh, that's a really good one. Take that one. And
it was like it was made for it too.
She was like, I'll take the more worn out one, and I was like, all right, and she's also aware of.
Shout out to Big Mo's mom too, because I didn't know she was a music teacher. That's great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. All right, man. I'll let you go. I got Jesse in the wings here right now, and I got to get going. But thanks for coming along, and hopefully I'll see you next week. So,
definitely.
All right, bye. Happy birthday, Professor Rollo. Truly one of the best educators for men. I feel like, given how much work you have put into the space over the last 20 years, it's shocking that you don't have your doctorate. I have an honorary doctorate. I'm going to throw, let's see. I got to boot you out here, Big Mo. There you go. Now I got Jess. Hey, what's up, Jesse?
Hey, what's going on, Rollo?
If you guys don't know who Jess is, he plays D&D with me on Masculine Geek, and he's been you've been a fan.
Yes.
You've been a follower for quite some time. So, all right, man, the floor is yours. You can either roast me or love me.
Oh yeah. So I've got two for you, but let's start with a little story since you like stories. So
sure.
on my birthday, by the way, a good friend of mine who was a sub to my channel, he brought me out to a strip joint. And after taking me out and everything, he gave me 2 books. Can you guess what the book was?
Yeah. Probably one of mine, but
one of your books. That's right. So The Rational Male, right? And then also the Bitcoin Standard. So I was talking about this on Miguel's podcast 2 days ago. And I just want to say that everything that you do, all this shit works, man.
Yeah.
And every time I hear Destiny when he's on like Pearl stuff, it drives me insane. It hurts my brain, like literally. So,
man.
So how does it feel to play with Destiny's arch nemesis?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. It's like I said, if people want a piece of me, if they want to have a conversation, if they want to debate or whatever you want to call it, come to Vegas. Just sit across the table. I'm happy to have a talk with you. I'm just not going to do it in the context of other people want it, so they can just farm it for 30-second buzz clips. I'd rather do it live, real time, sitting right there with this wonderful new invention that I have right here. It's just the a chess timer, which I don't know why I didn't think of that sooner.
Oh yeah.
To be honest with you, but Jess, thanks for dropping in, man. Much appreciated. And by the way,
sure.
If you guys are wondering like what this is Masculine Geek thing, we do it I do like at least once a month. I'm doing my game with these guys, and we do a live D&D session. We've been doing it for over a year and a half now, I think. Drew Bay does one as well, but the Masculine Geek guys are kind of like sort of pop culture meets comics meets gaming meets the Red Pill and like conventional masculinity. So, by the way, and the other thing, I don't know if you're involved in this, but we're doing an anthology of sort of pulp fiction, like red pill pulp fiction right now. And so I got a story, Drew's got a story, I think Vince has a story. I don't know if you're in on this one or not, but we're going to do a series of these books where we're doing sort of like short anthologies of sort of short stories. They're pulp fiction written from a red pill perspective. So that's another thing that I do with those guys. But Jess, thanks for dropping by, man. Much appreciated.
For sure.
Yeah. Let's see. I have Mr. Oh, man. Oh, the man who needs no introduction. I have Robert Kiyosaki kicking back. You're in Scottsdale. You got to be in Scottsdale.
Right,
Is that where you're at?
right. And I want to say happy birthday, my friend.
Thank you. I spent my birthday with this man last year for like a whole weekend, for like 4 days we spent it, because your birthday's coming up on the 8th, right?
That's correct. That's correct. So anyway, happy birthday, and congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, Robert. That means a lot to me, my friend.
Well, I have
Wait,
no
wait.
roast, but I want to say what I want to thank you for is I'll be 76. That's a real old guy. And I consider you the Hugh Hefner of today. And the reason I say that is when I was a kid, I had one of the original Playboys with Marilyn Monroe in it. And my mother found it. And she caught me reading it. I was like 9 or 10 or whatever it was. And we had a fight over that magazine. But that magazine inspired me. I said, what's wrong with beautiful women? And I still remember she tore, I was hanging onto the centerfold, and she tore it away from my hand, and all I had was Marilyn's nipple. So I consider Rollo, you the Hugh Hefner of this era, because as an old guy, you said it best. I mean, you defined sex better than Hefner. And what you've said that changed my life is that women trade on beauty, men trade on success. And at my age, all I do is I focus on my success, and there's lots of beautiful women. The same thing that Hefner did, he inspired me. When he had his own private jet, I said, that's what I want. I want my own private jet. So I thank you, my friend Rollo. Happy birthday, and thanks for being the Hugh Hefner of this generation, inspiring men to be successable.
Well, thank you, Robert. That means a lot to me. I will tell you this, man. I remember when you and I first got together, I guess. I would think it was because George Gammon or Ken McElroy suggested my book, and then I started talking to you and working with you. Man, I would tell you, if you would have told me, like, just even like 2 or 3 months prior to all that I would be really become really good friends with Robert Kiyosaki, I would have told you to go fuck yourself. There's no way. I would say it's surreal. And I was just telling Miguel from Cultivate Crypto here a little while, or from Dollar Cost Crypto, when you were doing the show on Fresh and Fit with Kiyosaki, Ken McElroy, George Gammon, Miguel, and Myron and Fresh. I'm like, I cannot believe we're actually doing this right now. And I'll tell you what I told Miguel is, I remember when we got into the elevator in Panorama Towers and we were going to go back down to the lobby. I was like, I looked at Miguel and I said, I wonder how much money is in this elevator right now. But it was just surreal, man. But I mean, let me tell you something, Robert. The last, what are we on? 3 years now, have been just a roller coaster. And man, I tell you, you are have become one of my best friends. I mean, we had our birthdays together this time last year, so it was a real in Scottsdale. It was a really fun experience, I should say. So, but hopefully we'll continue to keep doing work together, and maybe with Gammon, maybe in Rebels Capitalist, maybe with just doing side projects and collabs. I still want you to come to Access Vegas as soon as you can. You're just down in Scottsdale. So if I'm the Hugh Hefner of the Red Pill Police, come on up to Vegas and we'll bring you to the mansion.
Right. The most important thing is you inspire men to become successful. And my concern with men today, they want to be TikTok dancers.
Yeah.
What's wrong with our generation, So anyway, Rollo, happy birthday, and thanks for inspiring men to be successful. Because at my age, the more successful you are, more women they are.
Yeah, true.
And that's why I call you the Hugh Hefner of your generation. So happy birthday, my friend.
Well, there's my clip. Thank you very much, Robert, and I will see you soon. As soon as we can arrange a trip to Vegas, we'll get together and we'll do some material together too.
Yeah, and by the way, Kenny McElroy and Gammon, they weren't polite.
Oh, when they were giving you my book.
They were giving my book and they said, "You should read this, you simp." Because that was, in my generation was called pussy whipped. Today it's called simps, and today most men are TikTok dancers. So it clears the way for old guys like me to be more successful. So thank you.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, my friend.
Anytime, man. Thank you very much, Robert. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. Oh man, Robert Kiyosaki. I wish I need the applause sound drop right now. Let's see what I got. Hold on. I see it, Tori. Just give me 1 second because I have to get to this man, the most famous man in business right now.
No.
Oh, people are like, who is this dude? Who is this strange black man that's on Rollo Tomassi's show?
It is I.
This is the black Kevin Savo.
I'll take that. Happy birthday, dude.
Thank you. This is Jevani Sanders, everybody. You know, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, I don't usually put names, but I'm just going to put names on for today just so people know who the hell I'm talking to. Jevani Sanders is the man behind, he's the voice, the guitar, the man behind the music when we're for my outro music, which I will play on this show today. But he's also created the theme song for Access Vegas, which is the best head of my life that we, I want you know what, now that I got you here, can you explain to my, I mean, if you want to roast me, fine, but can you okay, can you explain once you're done, can you explain the thought process behind the song, and then also how I kicked you in the ass to do it, and then how we met, but more, I mean, most importantly, what you do as a musician and everything else. Okay, and go.
Oh man, that's a lot. So there's this. I'm gonna rush you first. There's this old guy named Rollo with a receding hairline. So I'm being what's Mike Rashid? Old guy with
a greasy ponytail.
with a ponytail that that's talking trash about me, you know what I'm saying? But Rollo don't get no hoes. Rollo don't get no pussy. So
Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes.
I should say that. That's all I got.
All right.
So we met. I sent you an email with letters and return in it, and I was just letting you know, hey man, I play.
Those are your songs. Those are his songs, just so you know.
I play rock and metal stuff too. I was I'm out here just kind of winging it. That's my dog. By myself, and I was telling you how in most of the rock world it's kind of blue pill, and it's kind of lonely out here, and just let you know I'm out here, and then you hit me back dude, this is legit, and then you invited me to CME. It's you got me in. I was dude, you invited me and was dude, we gotta hang. We just gotta chat it up. And I came out, and we've been going from there. The thought process behind the best head of my life.
I think all you gotta do is watch the build-up video, and I think you get the gist. By the way, those are freaking gold too. When you're talking to yourself, it's your alpha self talks to your beta self in the video. Yeah. I'm dude, this guy's brilliant.
That's exactly what I was going for. With the at the EP that we're working on, I want to go from the simp nice guy to the hotshot player. That's the theme I'm trying to go for with that. And I can't say the video pretty much explains the thought process.
Yeah. I think so too. So I'll explain my relationship with Jevani Sanders here is that like we met up, I guess, through gosh, I meet so many people through Instagram these days. But he sent me some of his work and I'm like, man, this is some good shit, right? I mean, it sounded kind of like Day to Remember-ish to me. Like, and I don't know what you would say would be your influence. I'm just trying to like, sort of throw out influences that I could think of. And I love it when I meet people who are like sort of in the red pill sphere, but they're also musicians. And so I feel like I have some sort of like shared sort of kindred spirit kind of thing going on. And so like, for instance, Big Mo's a rapper. He's a musician. He got me the guitar case. You're a musician. The Savos are musicians. There's a girl, Margot in Australia, who I really want to sort of like buff out a little bit more. She's part of the sphere. She was one, she hits me up for like, she started talking to me about red pill shit first. And then I realized she plays like stand up, like bass, like real bass. And that's her thing. And I'm like, man, I gotta find some use. Like, how do I get all these guys together and like have them collab and do things? Right. And so like when I heard the demo stuff for Best Head, I'm like, we need this. And I started using it for my music whenever I did reels on my Instagram for Access Vegas, and people started associating the song with Access Vegas. I'm like, fuck, we got to flesh this thing out. Right. And so can you tell me what happened? Like, can you explain like what happened with Spotify, like after, like, because you keep posting all these like updates on how many people are like adding your song to their list.
Yeah. So I was at 37 monthly listeners before the song dropped, and Letters maybe had, that's one of the songs, Letters maybe had 1,000 streams max. Mm-hmm. We finally got the song going. I dropped, and that song hit maybe 1,200 streams within the first week, which is the most I've ever had. And I jumped from 37 to 391 monthly listeners from that song, and now we're at 501. I checked yesterday. Mm-hmm. It's the most action I've gotten throughout my entire career so far, and I'm still just getting started.
Yeah.
So it kind of launched.
People dig it, man, and I loved it too, and I'm glad I could help you with that. But what's the plays up to right now? Because last I looked, it was like 3,600, 3,700, something
around there. The last time I checked, it was 3,475. So 3,400 is where
I knew it was in the 3,000 range. I was like, damn, because every once in a while, like every like other week, you'll post something on Instagram, and I'm like, yes. So, and by the way, if you are interested in that song, you can. It's linked in every video that I have right now, and it's on every Access Vegas video because that's the intro song. Like I did the intro for this show, but you do the outro at this point. So, man, we're working on some other stuff too, man. Because he's got some other irons in the fire. I don't want to give away I don't want to sell the farm just yet, but like. You got some good stuff. I really am trying to encourage you to do a full, like just like a 4-song EP this year. Now, the reason why I think that's important is because, well, first of all, I want to promote talent. That's number one, because I don't just sit on my cash and just like, hoard, no, give me my money kind of thing. I want to be able to, at the end of my life, I want to be able to like say, hey man, I helped this guy out, or I helped this girl out. I did these things, because I want to be able to use the energy and the battery that I have doing what I do, so other people can all actually get a break and go and do stuff. Because it sounds like, for instance, I think one of the reasons why Best Head I was kind of attracted to that was because it sounds like a red pill anthem. It sounds like something you can sing, and you want to like listen to it in your play set when you're working out, or you want to have it in your car or something like that. The Savos have Thought Mommies, which is great too, right? Yeah. It's just great in a different way. And so I told Fresh this one time. I said, Fresh, I said, everybody gets down. Like I get down at a Lamb of God concert, right? I'll go jump in the pit and run around. Okay, that's how white people get down, right? Like we'll go do that. But then, like for instance, like I don't get down the same way that Big Mo gets down, right? He'll go because he's a rapper, right? Or the Savos or anybody else for that matter. But I think it's a human thing that everybody likes music. Everybody likes to move themselves. They just do it in different ways, right? Yeah. And so, but the great thing is you and I get down pretty much the same way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's pretty fun. And I got to I'm trying by, so people, full disclosure, I'm trying to get this man to relocate to Las Vegas.
You go get my black ass to Vegas
right now, right up front. I'm shameless in it. I want him to move out to Vegas so I can use him even more. But like, man, I tell you that the thing that gets me is like when I meet guys like you or guys who like have talent, or even like maybe Torshaa, you know, like I can see the raw talent right there, and I really want to like, okay, how can I nurture this? Where can we go with this? Like even Justin Waller, when I first met Justin, he didn't know what he was going to do, and now he's sort of finding his voice in the sphere, and it's like, fuck, finally, you know. And I want you to find your voice as well in the sphere, and so and Margot too, the girl from Australia. I would love to see her do well. But like I think one of the most frustrating things to me, sort of as an artist myself, is like I see this raw talent. And I'm like, I know I can use this. I just don't know how. I want to use this. Yeah, how am I going to do it? But you are very talented, and I would say one of my success stories for sure. Yeah. Feel good about putting money into your coffers, you know, doing stuff. So when you guys give me like super chats, I'm going to redirect a little bit of this over to Jevani, just so you know. So if you haven't got the song, please go and download it off of Spotify. You can find all the links in my descriptions in every video that I do. So, but it's good to know you, man. I'm glad you're a part of my life, and I'm a part of yours too. And hopefully we'll get you out to Vegas this year. So just want to let you know, man. Cool. All right, man. Thanks for dropping in, Jevani. Much appreciated. Love you, brother. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Let me catch up real quick. I see you in there. I see we have one more very, very special guest who's coming up here in just a moment. As soon as I go back and grab these super chats here. Let's see. Maddie says, happy to have all your work available when searching for answers that no one has and wanted to give, even they had. Okay. In the process of getting better. Well, thank you, Maddie. I love you too. And Viking Paradigm. Okay, we already got to that. Let's go. Keep going. I have a chat here, and I have a chat right up here too, now that I got the new monitor. So I am actually watching the YouTube chat, and I also have the chat here for all of my platforms. This is a much better way to do it. I don't know why I didn't think about this earlier. How to retain most amount of info from your books. I'm biased, but I think getting the print version of the book is the best way. Now, maybe Mike Sartain will disagree with me, but I think that it is the best way simply because you can highlight the books, you can dog-ear the books, you can underline it. And I think there's something to be said about if you're trying to learn something, like Mike learns things by playing the Audible book of something at like, I don't know, 8 speed when he's driving around. And I don't know how he does. I could probably do that like at 2 or 3 speed. And if it's something that's informational, I might absorb it. But like if it's something that's like fiction, I got to listen to it at just 1 speed. But I think buying the print book will help you sort of process and comprehend things a little bit differently. Let's see. I'm glad you guys like Jevani. I think that's probably the first time I've ever had Jevani on the show. I need to have like a Red Pill music hour or something like that at some point. But the woman who needs no introduction whatsoever, the one and the only. In fact, by the way, Tori, you were featured in the intro videos, which I don't know if you caught, but I'll put you on anyways, just so you can see. So I got Torshaa here, who is the most let's see, talented woman in the Red Pill and the most educated, who is now running her show from a brand new laptop.
He already put it out there. I have my roast prepared. Happy birthday.
Okay, here we go. Hold on. Let me get you and fire away.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're here to celebrate your Rollo Tomassi and also to roast.
Yeah.
And also to roast them like Drew Afwalo. So with that, show me what's under the beanie. I'm trying to see something. The man who thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, and to be fair, he might be, if the room is empty or filled with a bunch of men who desire to geomax to get their dick wet. Hold on. I'm trying not to laugh. Okay. Now I've known Rollo for a long time. And I have to say, they're like a fine wine. They just keep getting better with age. But if you drink too much of them, you'll regret it in the morning. Rollo has hit the wall. But in all seriousness, Rollo, you're one of the most talented and dedicated people I know. You've achieved so much in your career, and you've done it all with grace and humility. You're an inspiration to all of us. Thank you for representing a group of autistic men and women.
I thought we were ants.
Or that. Rollo, it's true. Rollo is truly the smartest man I know. He'll remind you if you have 5 hours to dedicate to screaming at Michaela Peterson online. I know you're a genius, but have you ever heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Yes.
It's when someone with low ability overestimates their own competence. Just saying, it might be worth looking into. And let's talk about your obsession with correcting people's behavior. I mean, sure, you might be right, but nobody likes a copycat Rollo Tomassi. How's Access Vegas? Maybe take a chill pill, or at least accept that you hit the wall, married, child, with dog. And let people speak their minds without the fear of ending up on a Sunday live stream. Should I keep going?
Yes.
Okay.
You're the only one who did any preparation.
Thank you. Try not to choke. Okay, in all seriousness, though, Rollo Tomassi, you're a true gem. You're always there for your friends and family, and you never hesitate to lend a helping hand. You're an amazing person, and we're lucky to know you. Thank you for always flying me out, buying me a laptop, and giving me money. Never lead with money, though. So let's raise a glass to Rollo Tomassi, and let's keep the celebration going. Thank you.
See,
That's it.
that's a roast. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
That's an actual roast. There you go.
I was like, I'm coming in. I'm glad you can take the joke. But seriously, thank you for everything that you've taught me and for always supporting me and bashing on other women. I truly appreciate it.
You're welcome for the bashing. How long is it? I've not. When did I meet? I met you in August of 2021.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I should bill you for like the antidepressant medication. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you probably should. At this point, you probably should. Oh man, I have. Wait. Do you remember? Let's see, where did it go?
The intro video you were talking about.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Do I have it? No.
Okay.
Is it up here? Oh, there it is. No, not that one. There it is. Do you remember this video?
Let me see.
Hold on, let me fix my tapes. Ah! Oh wait, shit, it's recording. Hello, welcome.
Just another hen in the bunch.
There we are.
I met Zuby the day I met you.
Yeah.
I know, it blows me
I
out.
still have those videos too.
Hey.
fucking hen.
Yeah, I still had that one.
Before I was tarnished. When I was happy.
When you're happy, yeah, before you found out about this whole sordid world.
Fuck this shit. I hate it here.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, this is too good. Yes. Hold on. Wait. You are now my emotional tampon.
Yes.
Do you hit it here? Yes. How old is Torshaa?
28.
28 years old. And you just turned
21, actually. You're all 100.
Yeah,
Thank you.
28. And I'm 55. So that should give you exactly like where we're at in life.
The danger zone I'm in. Thank you.
You know, I don't think today's like storytelling. It's like red pill story hour.
Oh, I
but
got
like,
some.
Yeah, I know you can throw out whatever story you want. But I remember when you hit me up and you're like, all of my TikTok followers say I should interview you. Should I interview you? I'm like,
did I say it like that?
Yeah.
Before the red pill, I should have known better.
That was before you got all up into this, and I have to always remind myself that, I mean, come August, you'll have been involved in all this just for 2 years.
Yeah,
that's it.
Isn't that wild?
Simply just.
I'm so smart though.
Even 2 years
I'm coming
in.
up.
You're like just past the 18-month mark, I think, which, by the way, most people don't even get past.
Yeah, I've noticed. I've definitely noticed. You're always right.
I try to be.
Always right.
You know, I what I think is funny is I was listening to, and I know you've been on with Destiny in the past too. And by the way, I thought that was actually a really good interview you did.
Yeah.
But like I heard him on Saucecast just like a couple days ago.
I know what you're gonna say.
They were jumping in. They were jumping in on top of Tate and everything, which I expect that. You know, it's fine. Whatever, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. But there was a part there where Destiny was talking about how, I guess he'd been doing this for like, since he was 16. He was on
Like
Twitch
12
and
years or something.
yeah. So he'd been around. I had no idea he was 34. I thought he was younger than. Compliment, yeah, kudos to you. I thought he was much younger than that. But
He's in his peak.
yeah, he's in it. Yeah, just about. And so like he was talking about how shit changes, and like he's been around for so long, and like, you know, all these people who are around right now on the red pill, the red pill's going to go away and die off, and there'll be something else that comes up and that falls after. I'm like, dude, do you have any idea how long I've been doing this?
You know what I find?
I've been in this.
You know what I find so weird is the criticisms that you get about a game or anything that has to do with spinning plates or whatever, when like, I don't know if anybody's aware, but it hasn't changed the way to pick up women. The landscape has changed, like Instagram, that sort of a thing, but the actual technique has not changed.
Yeah. That's you know, I got, in fact, I think you might have even been on that show when Myron Fresh would say, you know, Rollo, you know, you got the fundamentals down. You know, clearly the rational male is, you know, the Bible of the red pill. But then he was talking about how I think it was Myron saying, you know, you got to be on top of your game as far as like social media is concerned, or like Tinder, or like seeking arrangements, or, you know, for sourcing girls kind of thing. And like, it's a numbers game, and it's like an advertising game for guys right now. And that was, you know, I kind of had to listen to that because it helped me to write book 5.
Yeah.
Especially the chapter where I talk about how dating and the sexual marketplace, and it is a marketplace, is brand management now. And that you have to be a brand manager for yourself no matter what. So but that kind of helped, that kind of woke me up to like how, like back in the old pickup artist days, a number close was a measurement of success. Yeah. And now it's like basically meaningless, you know. Like, he's follow me on Instagram is a close now.
Yeah.
And so they really helped me out, sort of like, you know, seeing those kinds of things. But like, as you were saying before, it's like, I think the fundamentals don't change. It's just the context in which how we apply them has changed.
Yeah. I agree with that. I'm reading these comments.
Oh, you and me. But hey, I just got a new like vertical monitor, and I can like actually keep track of the YouTube ones.
A vertical monitor? What the hell is that?
It's
a stupid spec language.
It's about a 15, 17 inch monitor, and I turned it sideways, so it's just straight up and down, and so it's just
so it's like the chat.
Yeah, it's for nothing but the chat right now. I know, because most like coders use this to like to write code, and I'm like, I can use it for chats. So that's I picked up it was like all of $150. It was pretty cheap too.
I really want you to debate Destiny. I think that would be so fun.
Come out to Vegas. Come to Vegas. I'll be happy to do whatever you. I will pay for the studio time tomorrow. So I have that on. That's on the books right now. By the way, I don't know if you caught that part earlier today, but like, I've been saying this really since I started working with Mike, and then like once we got into like about November, maybe early December, I kept saying, you know, if people want to debate me and people keep harping on this shit all the time, I'm like, okay, fine. You can debate me. You come to Vegas. I'll book the time at Sticky Paws. You sit across the table from me, and we'll talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about.
I think
that's how I'm going to do it.
I think online, the only person I can actually vouch for that I don't think would be in bad faith would probably be Destiny. But like other detractors you have to do it in person. I think I'm just saying.
I threw that out there, and then about 2 weeks later, Mike comes back to me because he talks to Alex from Playing with Fire, and he says, hey, Alex wants to take you up on that, but you got to go to Purple Pill podcast in Texas. I'm like, nope. I said, he's coming right here. There is no way I'm doing a live stream that I
gotta moderate it.
Fine.
Because at least I know both
The
sides.
thing is, so here's the thing is, first of all, nobody's taken me up on that yet, except for Gary, the numbers guy, who is coming in April. But
Which
that's
astrology thing is he doing? The Indian one?
You tell me, man. I just work here.
There's two kinds.
It's actually not, he thinks he wants a piece of me. It's not. It's actually Mike, because Mike's the one who was the one talking shit about astrology, and I goof on it, but like Mike is like fuck that. He's like dead serious about it. And I'm just
I could see it.
Here we go again.
Because Mike knows his shit.
You know, whenever we're on Access Vegas and one of the girls starts talking about like energy, I'm
You can't unsee it. You can't.
Here we go.
I hate it. I made a guide for women to alpha male podcasts. And I was like, if you get nothing right, just don't say your horoscope or your astrology sign, and nobody will know. Something like that.
Yeah. Sean, thank you for this. Finally caught one of your live streams. Wanted to say happy birthday and thanks. Finished listening to the Rational Male audiobook. We'll listen again because it's going to take a bit long to digest. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. Big words. Very helpful content. Thank you, Sean Wright, for the $20. Keeping Ned off
what
of
are
only
your plans later?
One super chat at a time.
Mr. I started that, but steals my lines.
I do shamelessly,
Like,
here's the difference. I explain who I'm stealing it from.
You do not. You do not.
You just had it right now. Okay.
I gotta make sure I'm in the chat always.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're my magician's assistant these days, as it is. So. Oh, can't get no way. Here you go.
Man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man.
There you go. Hose, H-O-S-E. At least you spelled it right. Robert Cousland, I saw you down there, and then you bugged out. You can come back on whenever you're ready. Tori, is there anything else I need to know? Do you want to give yourself a plug?
Thank you for making my career. That's it.
You're welcome. I love you like a daughter. You know that.
Love you.
All right.
Thank
I'll see you
you.
later. Thanks. Bye-bye. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, Torshaa. Tori Grow. G-R-O-H, not W. Okay. We'll probably have some more guests coming in. Wow, God, Robert Kiyosaki. We had visiting royalty a little while ago. Glenn Lawrence. Hey, I'm coming to debate you. Well, anytime, man. I know where you live too. So you're probably the only person I would come to debate myself. You don't need to know who I am. Oh, by the way, sponsored by, which I've already drank it all, Devil Mountain Coffee. Thank you, Devil Mountain Coffee. I need. It's my birthday, Devil Mountain Coffee. I could really use some more coffee. Thank you. Oh, and you know what? Since we're here and I need to do a plug, anyways, let's try. Oh, there's Robert. Robert, hang on one second. I got to do this quick little bug here. Where did that go? There's okay. There, Devil Mountain Coffee. Devil Mountain Coffee, 20% off if you use the code RMS. I don't make any money off of this. I just like the coffee. They send me free coffee and shirts, t-shirts. You should get a t-shirt too. So anyways, if you go to devilmountaincoffee.com, 20% off of your total order if you use code RMS. That's Rational Male Show. They like me. I like them. They're a Vegas/LA brand. I know that they have maybe their headquarters in LA, but I think I met them in Vegas. So anyways, do go check out Devil Mountain Coffee. They're the only ones that I endorse. And then let's see. Who else do I have to? Oh, Did You Know, man? I think the pod needs a Owen Cook LOL. You know, if I thought about that, Did You Know, Matt, I probably could have got a clip from when for the first time I met Owen on Fresh and Fit, which was an experience. Let's throw Robert in here. Hello, Robert. You don't have to go on video. You can just do audio if you'd like. Robert, it's your turn. You can now roast Rollo Tomassi.
Oh, you big Uber nerd, you. People talk about me living in somebody's mother's basement, and do you realize we play D&D together? Everyone listening to this guy paints miniatures with me and plays Dungeons and Dragons. Satan's game itself. Happy birthday, my friend.
He's not a Christian!
Yeah, I'm sorry my audio is not real great. I'm actually doing this on the phone. I am working today because, you
you got to earn that nut somehow.
Talented Robert.
Yeah.
It's too good. Oh man. Yeah. So just so you guys know, Robert Cousland is on every Masculine Geek. We've been playing you're always on my are you playing Drew's campaign too?
Yes, I am. I'm a cleric of Thor.
Yes. See, there you go. Robert actually plays a halfling thief in my AD&D second edition Dungeons and Dragons game. And by the way, Robert came up with a brilliant idea. And I think it was right about the same time I started working and doing my project with Access Vegas. We thought it would be a great idea to get some of these girls from Vegas, these strippers with big boobies, and like have them like dress like just big, tits and ass, and have them play Dungeons and Dragons at Sticky Paws. Like if you could just you probably have to liquor them up a little bit, but I think it would be a brilliant idea.
I'm waiting to see the smoke roll out of their ears when they're trying to add up their dice rolls. So
doesn't matter. Just roll the dice. We'll tell you what happens.
Yeah.
Don't worry, baby. We got you.
Yeah, just roll them. But anyway, I'm not going to keep you on too long. Like I said, I'm actually on someone else's dime, so I think they deserve my full attention since they're actually paying me. But
you actually have a work ethic. That's great.
Yeah, but I wanted to tell you, very happy birthday. I appreciate your work. My sons appreciate your work. And one day my grandsons will appreciate your work, because I'm one of those guys who has grandsons that are even older than his youngest children, because that's the great thing about being a guy. You can just keep pumping up those babies.
Yeah.
So,
stop it. You're making me misty.
Yeah. So, hey, those little boys don't make themselves. So 4 sons, 3 different moms, and 2 grandsons, and 1 granddaughter. And if they have any pictures on the internet, because the grown-ass men put them on themselves and not me, because I'm with Ryan. I'm not putting up my F trophies on Twitter.
Yeah.
You guys don't deserve it.
Look at this. See, Robert is really a success story. How many kids does he have? How many grandchildren does he have? And he's still probably the biggest Uber nerd I know. You have a bigger collection of shit in your closet, well, actually your whole room, than I have in my closet. So, and you could still be a success, just like Robert.
Well, that's what I loved on the one show on Saturday. It's like you brought me on around the time of the new year.
Yeah.
And I could see the credit, the comments. It's like, oh, is he living in his mom's basement? It's like, dude, I probably have kids older than you are. So it's like, I could probably sell my entire collection and have at least, a McLaren, maybe something else. But, I'm fine with a couple of Hondas, they work, the house works, and that's after buying houses for exes. So, I don't think I'm doing too bad, all things considered. I've made my mistakes.
You can afford the things you want.
Yeah, exactly. So, no, it just, you can't live your life based on what other people think. You got to find out what you want. You've got to make it happen, and you got to live with the consequences, but that means you accept the glories when you get them, and you deal with the hardships when you get those too. But you're going to get the hardships whether you work at it or not. So you might as well work at it,
Be competitive.
Yeah.
All right, Robert. Thank you for dropping by, my friend.
You're welcome, my friend. I'll see you Wednesday. Happy birthday, and see you at the game.
Thanks, brother. Bye-bye. Oh boy, Robert Cousland. All right. So you guys don't know who that is. Man, I got all of my good Masculine Geek friends have decided to show up today. This is awesome. Maybe Vince will show up later too. Destiny is a grifter? I don't think he thinks he's a grifter. Do you think he believes it? That's a question I had with Ryan Stone at one point. Do these guys, are they just doing it for the bucks, or do they actually believe it? Because it helps to be, if you're a grifter, it helps to believe in your own grift, right? I don't necessarily think Destiny's Destiny has no reason other than his merch. I'm going to have merch. But I've been kind of proud of myself, the fact that I've been doing this for 20 some odd years. I have yet to put out a line of t-shirts other than my band t-shirts, by the way, but that's for the band. So, but like if you go and you look at like Ruslan, who, by the way, Ruslan, you want to debate? Come out to Vegas. Doors open too. Anybody who wants, why didn't I think of that? Bruce, I think he's even in San Diego. It's not even that far. Hell, you could drive. You could drive to Las Vegas. Is he still in San Diego? Maybe he is. Anyways. All right. I do have a few of these starred right here. So I figured I'd get back to these. If I missed your super chat, I'm getting back to it right now. Mexican Americans. Hey, Rollo. I should have worn my Hex shirt today. Hey, Rollo, thanks for basically being the red pill prophet. Am I the red pill prophet? Any chance red pill holders or red pill lion holders could get a concert, maybe even a virtual one? That has been discussed with the Savos. And they asked me because, by the way, the mint is now closing for the Red Pill Lions. I think it's already closed right now. So we're done with this run. We'll probably do another run at some point as well. But the initial run for Red Pill Lions, I want to say closed at the beginning of April. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. However, if it's not closed, it will be soon. And so I think one of the next projects I want to do as far as NFTs are concerned is I'm going to do the art. I would like to anyways. I want to be involved in doing the artistic side of things. Like when they approached me and said, hey, we want to do an NFT, and I got on board with these guys. I would, once again, you want to talk about like Jevani and being, a musician or something that I get involved with. Same thing with the Savos were actually the first guys I ever got involved with. And Mark, Rocky, Kevin, Nikki, I guess too. We're all part of this sort of collective of guys who do independent films. And I'm like, this is great. They asked me to do a cameo in it. You probably have seen it. I played an assassin or a bad guy in the second episode of Savo, which is Kevin Savo's project. He's got a web series. Would it be a YouTube series, web series? It's usually about 20 minutes or so. And then once I did that, then he gets like, I think, Lucario did a cameo, Donovan Sharp, Hotep Jesus has done a cameo in it. Tori has done a cameo in, I think it was episode 3 or 4. And so, just sort of getting other people involved and just helping other people sort of network people. But they're guys that I want to put my money into. And by the way, so is Miguel, because we're funding, or I'm not going to tell you how much, but we're funding a standalone feature film with the Savos right now. So I think they're going to start doing photography for it. And by the way, Kevin Savo does all the script writing, does all of the dialogue, acts, does all of his own stunts, is responsible for getting the cast and the crew to all of these things, does the stories. I mean, he's a one-man show. So like when I put my money into things, like Robert was just saying a minute ago, you can buy the things that you want. Well, if I can help, I usually will. If I can't, I can't. But if I can help and I think it's worthwhile, and I do think that was worthwhile, then I'll go and do a cameo in his web series or Thought Mommies in the Club. But the Savos are a good example of me putting my money where my mouth is. And so that's why I like to help these guys out as I can. Let's see. Do you think Cuxton? Don't call him Cuxton. You can call him Destiny. You don't have to be dickhead. Well, you can be a dickhead about it. Loves to debate anyone for attention. Do you think he likes to debate people for attention? I think he definitely. I don't think that's the sole reason, but I do think that that's maybe part of it. Okay, but everybody does, right? You can't go on anyone's show. I can't do this show right now with you guys without saying, "Oh, that Rollo, he likes to hear the sound of his own voice." You know how many times people have said that to me? Like, it's a fucking talk show. Of course I'm going to talk for 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours. Let me stop lying. 5 hours. All right. What eligibility and qualifications for negating a scholar's argument? Please, views, please. Okay. What eligibility and qualifications for negating a scholar's argument? Well, it's the only thing I can tell you is like when we're talking about like critical thinking skills, and by the way, Destiny has critical thinking skills. I'm going to give him props today, right? I fundamentally disagree with him on a lot of things, but I will say this, at least his approach to those opinions and those views, at least his approach to those certainly follows a logical progression. He's deductive about it for sure. I just think his deductions are wrong, but how he goes about it is correct. So when people say, "Oh, he's very smart," he would own you, Rollo. Depends on what we're talking about, right? The first one who yell and scream and everything, they lose, right? That Pat Campbell for you, right? Pat Campbell taught me that back in the day. First one who gets emotional loses. I've lost a few things. Like prior to Pat Campbell, I have lost a few arguments as a result of that. It's like, I'm going to lose this argument, but not because I'm wrong, but because popular opinion will side with this ideology rather than factual absolutism. So that's the thing is so negating a scholar's argument. Well, it depends on what that argument is. Is a scholar has he got his, crosses his T's and dots his I's and, everything's pretty much accounted for? Because a good debator, a good logistician, there's another vocabulary word. Fucking A, I'm full of them today. A logistician, a guy who knows logic and sticks with good critical thinking, is rational, is deductive, and is, knows what the hell a Venn diagram is. VENN. If the facts back it up, it's not a technique to like destroy someone else unless you want to make an appeal to emotion. You want to know how that was actually a good thing. Let's put that up back. Hold on a second. So qualifications for negating a scholar's argument. Well, having better information than the scholar's argument, that might be the first place to start. But being likable, that's another thing. Being able to sort of connect with your audience, that's very important. I think that one of the reasons why sort of academics get sort of wrapped up and lose arguments, but not because they're wrong. Like Secret Kings, like those guys, the gamma male guys. The reason why they get so frustrated is because they're more probably right, but nobody believes them and nobody cares to believe them because they don't make a connection with the audience and they don't feel like they should. And it's important to have be a factual absolutist. It's important to have critical thinking skills. It's important to be able to sort of follow deductive logic, but it can't come at the cost of actually being personable about it too. So I think one of the things that sort of turns people off is to Destiny. First of all, I don't think his logic follows, but at least he has a process, right? But then, he's got blue hair. Looks drag queen story hour, right? But then Rollo Tomassi has long hair and he's on Dr. Phil fucking around. So it's just sort of the delivery, I think, as well. But you can serve up information on a silver platter, or you can serve it up on a dirty trash can lid. Which one is going to be the one you're going to pick it up off of, right? And I hate that it has to be that way because it shouldn't. I 100% agree with the gamma male Secret Kings. 100% agree with you. It shouldn't be that way, but fucking A, it is. So deal with the delivery like anybody else. Pair bonding, does it happen for men in the same way as for women through sex or different? If so, how? Is it more or less same in importance for men as women? Pair bonding is something that something of a misnomer today. And by the way, I talked about this during the Drew Afawalo promiscuity show that I did with Myron and Fresh, and I think gosh, it was like that was a year ago. It was March of last year, I believe, is when I did that. And we were just basically coming up against our good girl Drew Afawalo. And one of the things she took me to task on was pair bonding. Human beings don't pair bond. That's only for the field voles of the Highlands in Scotland, and that's for the geese and the swimming in the swans, and they're the only ones that mate for life. Or some bonehead. You want to talk about here's the thing about Drew Afawalo. Good example of delivery. Like people laugh at her and they align with her. You want to know why she's got 12 million subs or what? I don't even know what she's up to. She's probably more than that now. The reason why she's popular and anybody knows her name is because of the delivery. It sure the fuck isn't because she has any kind of deductive logic or reason. You put her in a formal debate and she would fold like a lawn chair. But you put her on TikTok, oh yeah, game on, baby. So that's a really good example of that. But pair bonding, it's rather than give you the $10 words and everything else. If you want to learn more about pair bonding, there's a great book and it's called Promiscuity by Dr. Tim Burkhead. And it goes into the pair bonding, for lack of a better term. They don't use that term anymore, by the way. That's kind of like feel good, touchy feely, humanistic it's cognitive psychology, humanism psychology right now. Pair bonding. Well, it sounded great in the 70s, 80s, and 90s probably, but now it's like we've come a long way since then. But as far as pair bonding and like lifetime monogamy and how people make, I think really what you're probably talking about is strong attachments, like healthy emotional attachments, which also has come under scrutiny recently too, which is the concept of strong attachments, loose attachments, secure attachments, insecure attachments, all that kind of stuff that started, by the way, in the late 70s and early 80s with a less comprehensive knowledge of human nature, psychology. And we didn't even have, we didn't plot the human genome until 2001, 2002, somewhere around there. You look at the advances in psychology and neurological science, because you got to remember psychology also follows like evolutionary biology. EvoPsych follows EvoBio. It has to. So when people talk about like Mike will say, all psychology is evolutionary psychology. That's a truism from Dr. David Buss, which I agree with, but you can't get there if you don't also know something about evolutionary biology. If you know something about sociology, something about neurological sciences, your brain chemistry, you got endocrinology. There's so many different ologies that you kind of have to have at least a peripheral knowledge of to really kind of grasp all this. I'm not saying I'm an expert at it. I just have a keen interest in it. I'm in no way I'm not going to don't come to me for brain surgery. Please don't. I will make you a retard. Let's see. Happy birthday, Rollo. I'm planning to get into computer science. Do you think a bachelor's degree is worth it or just 2 years? Well, it depends. First off, I think here's another thing. I absolutely agree with Destiny on this. I think that going to college is still, for the vast majority of people, is well worth the investment, depending on what you're going to college for. So if it's a STEM field, you're probably going to be able to use that and take the investment and the money that you put into that, or the student loans that you have to take out so that you can get that degree in the first place, is it's more worth it if you're getting into something that's going to be a return on the investment, ROI. So if you're putting, let's just say, I don't know what it would be, like $100,000 for 4 years, maybe 6 years of college or something, so that you can get a degree in computer science or psychology or science-based STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Getting into those fields, anything that's going to at least in some way pay you back, or at least have the potential to pay you back. Yeah, I mean, we can't all be influencers, right? But I think that going to college, particularly for something that is aligns with your talents, aligns with your interests, and will provide you with some sort of return on investment, is a good idea. If it's not, if it's not feasible, if your investment can't match that, then maybe you need to go to a trade school or 2 years. What do you want to do? Can you be the same coder in 2 years that you could be in 4? Do you know how to code now? Maybe you do. I would have to ask my good friend Steve Bradford, who is the drummer in Trial of Ascension, because he's a coder. Technically, CJ is too, not Sparxx, the other guitar player. But Steve is probably I would probably, I think next time I see Steve, I'm going to ask about that. I will get back to you. I don't know, but I will get back to you. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Shocker. Shock alert. Shock and awe, everybody. Rollo's married, you people. Oh, really? Would you like to see a picture of her? See how many people want to see. See how many people will respond to that. How many people would want to see a picture of me and my wife on my birthday? Let's see. Married for coming up on 27 years. He's selling pickup artist BS. When have I talked about selling pickup? Do I have a program? Where's my program, Nick? Do I have a DVD set? Maybe I should start a seminar. It's pickup artist stuff. No, I have one book that's related to pickup artistry, which would be the Player's Handbook. That's not a how-to book. It's a why it would work book. And if you'd read it, you would know. It's like a pilot telling passengers to learn to fly. No, it's nothing like that. How about this? It's here's some information, and you'll be better off with this information. Are you even like watching the chat? Because I am. I got a whole new screen for it. What's the best way to read your books? Start with number 1. Should I write notes? Yes. You should I write? You will. How about this? You will write notes. How can I retain the most amount of information from your books, e.g., the Player's Handbook? Well, speaking of classes, I am actually starting on the Players Workshops, which are going to be the series of classes / videos that are going to be the accompaniment to that book. Here we are a year later. I know, sorry. But I am officially starting the first 2 modules of it. There's going to be 5 because there's 5 like sections to Player's Handbook. So I'm going to be doing technically 5 classes, I guess, but there'll be modules, and I'm trying to do something a little bit different with them. To answer your question, though, read the first one first. Read The Rational Male first, which will be coming out in the 10th anniversary edition this year as a hardback. And as soon as the hardback's out, I'll probably re-release it as a second edition, as the 10-year anniversary edition with larger type. Yes, with larger type. So you're like, I'm old too, man. I was like, I can't read any of this. It's only in 4-point type. Forget it. I'm going to go tie an onion to my belt. Come on, Aaron. You're going to come in here sooner or later. So anyways, I'm going to be doing some classes. I'm going to be recording some video. Now, I could do it here. I could have done this a long time ago, but I want it to be something special. I want it to be more like a masterclass video series. I will probably do some Zoom meetups or whatever. Like, what do we do, right? Like, I know like MLD does it a certain way, and then Miguel does it a certain way. Aaron's got, by the way, Aaron's got a minimalist class that's out. No, it's not minimal. I'm sorry, I fucked up. It's fatherhood, or it's like the father you never had, the dad you never had class. I'm going to have Aaron come in probably in the next week, and then we're going to talk about that. And I'll put the affiliate link in so you guys can get it. But he's got a class. He's done several classes. That's why I thought minimalism. There's a lot of guys that do different classes. I have yet to do a class. I've been in this for 22 years now, 21 years, 22. And I have yet to do a class. I have yet to do a CD or a DVD. That won't be coming anytime soon. I have done a few talks. I work with a lot of different people. I do one-on-ones. If you're interested in doing one-on-ones, I still do those by the hour. If you want to be a part of my Patreon group, I meet up once a month, and we do it for 2 hours. Like I said, I've probably got 15 guys, although we had only 10 in the last time. But it's $200 a month, and that's the top tier for my Patreon. And that gets you in for the Zoom calls that I do once a month. So if you want to be a part of that, you can always go find me on Patreon. That link also down there. Of course, you can buy my books as well too. But like, I don't do much of anything besides write books. I don't go do infields. I don't go and like, I don't even do short form videos all that much. I mean, I'll do occasionally. You know what I do? There's probably already a short form video right now. If you, I will go in the chat. Go to Twitter right now. I guarantee you somebody's already clipped this fucking show, this very show. Somebody's already done a clip of it before I'm even out of this show. Like, I can't even keep up with the people who are already clipping my stuff. So, and please do. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, if you're going to make money, it's fine, but throw me a bone. Give me at least a link back. Please, if you're going to clip my shit, that's fine. Just do me the solid and like put a link there to my books on Amazon, to this channel. Just give me a link. That's all I ask. You could ruthlessly clip my stuff. I will probably download it and use it myself. But if you're going to do that, at least do me the solid and, you know, have the common courtesy to link my shit. Then you have permission to clip my channel as long as you link it back to either this channel or to my Patreon, or preferably to my books. If you be my guest, but at least do me the solid and link me back. But I don't do very much short form video. I probably could. People always asking me like, "Oh, Rollo, you only have 208,000 subs on this channel. You should have 1 million." Yeah, I would if I did more than one show a week, more than one, almost 5-hour show, which I'm not going to do 5 hours today. I got things to do. I would like to go fire up my snowmobiles and actually do something on my birthday. At least go run with my dog again. What's the best way to read your books? Again, like I said, read number one. First one. Think of the first book as like the Rational Male. Think of it as the rule book. Okay. This is like the fundamentals. This is the basics, right? It's the textbook. Everything else, like the other four, like Player's Handbook, which is the fifth, religion, positive masculinity, and preventive medicine, all of those are kind of particular to your interests. If you want to read them chronologically, it goes preventive medicine, positive masculinity, religion, which took me forever, and Player's Handbook. That's the 5-book series of the Rational Male. There will be no more. Okay. I'm writing other books. They're just not going to be in that series. I announced that. Now, you want to talk about literalism? I announced that. Okay. Player's Handbook's out. Thank you very much. Audible's out. This is the last book in the Rational Male series. Rollo's not writing anymore. He must be a charlatan. No, asshole. I am still an author. I'm just not writing that series anymore. Can I please get an amen? Thank you. I'm still working on books. They're just not going to be part of the Rational Male series, right? I'll still be by Rollo Tomassi. Got it? Great. Thank you. Happy birthday to you. Wait. Oh, wait. Sorry, wrong button. Thanks, Glenn Lawrence. I see you and I appreciate you. Let's see. Well, let's go back. Sorry, I got to go back in time. I'm still looking at you up here. Thank you for the birthday wishes from everybody today. Christopher Harris, thanks for that $10. I love you, bro. I love you, man. Love you like a brother. You're one. Everybody's putting one in the chat. Okay, so I guess I better do that. Please see if you can get CJ Sparxx' close friend Holly Wolf. Holly Wolf. Oh, really? She in the business on the Access show. Okay. Duly noted. CJ Sparxx, if you're still watching, can you get me this? Can you get me Holly Wolf? I'll just have her on for the name. Our New Horizons. Happy birthday, Rollo. Your work has been huge. It'll be huge in reworking my life over the last 3 years. So thank you. Thanks, and wish you all the best for the coming years. Red meat, Samishi. Oh, so Samishi, you are now New Horizons. Got it. Because you've had an epiphany, right? Oh, let's see. What else we got here? Oh, really? Hey, you're welcome to burn me today. Today's the only day I'm going to tolerate being roasted. So please get them in. Like take your digs now, right? You made it this far with a toxicity of sprue. Such as. Like, here's the thing. Like, if you want to get me, if you want to say, I think he's a misogynist. Hey, he's spewing toxicity. Oh, okay. That's fine. Say what you want. That's your opinion, bro. But if you're going to come at me like that, do me the favor and at least have something fucking specific. Just anything. Something I can just a little thread to pull. Most people don't do that. They just do drive-by comments and that's it. Yeah, I think he's a dick. Thanks. Love you too, bro. Oh, okay. We got to that. Now I caught up. All right. Well, I do actually have some other things to talk about on my birthday show. Thank you. Happy birthday, Rollo. I can't wait for your upcoming debate with GG33 Gary Ginsberg. Is that what his name is? His last name? Ginsberg. Gary Ginsberg. Thank you. I didn't know what it was. I just knew it was Gary, the numbers guy. Gary Ginsberg. Yes. He will be in on April 26th, right? Oh, Rollo's going to puss out. When? Please, you know.
Tell that bitch to be cool.
Happy birthday. Thank you. Okay, I got to you, Chris. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. What should we review? Know
why? Born only 7 minutes apart, these bilingual singer-songwriters were 17 when they left their Mexican home to make it in New York.
This is peak 90s, by the way. This is 1993.
In 1986, they won the MTV Basement Tapes contest. Cut a record, then spent a couple of years concentrating on their writing, which is showcased on their just-released debut album. Here are Vicky, Sylvia, and Diana Villegas, the triplets.
I was 23 in this video. Let me scrub through this real quick because I can show you the whole thing if you want. So, okay. So let me, I gotta give you, because today's going to be all about stories, right? So, all right. So I got asked to do this at Paramount Studios. I hope I'm not selling anybody out here. I got asked to do this as session work, and I had done a show with another artist about a week before, and they said, "Hey, we really like your look, right? Thanks for the vote of confidence on my talent, right? But we have this act that's coming in. They're called the Triplets. Here it is. They gave me the cassette tape, right, by the way, of their debut album, which the song was on. I had to learn that song from a cassette tape in the space of like 2 days. And so I had to, I mean, it's a fairly simple song. It was actually the solo part that I had to figure out. That was the trick, but I figured it out. But so I'm there. And let's see if I can get a picture. Watch the girl with the guitar here, just real quick. They're triplets. Of these girls. Okay, so there now you've seen that. Okay, so I don't want to subject that to you anymore. Subject you to that anymore, I should say. So what's the story behind this? I get called up there. I learn the song. They have me come in. And by the way, those shows, they shot two of those shows every like weekend. It was usually like Friday to Saturday. Now, Friday to Saturday? Yeah, because what they would do is they would get all the people who were in the clubs in LA who were staying out till all hours, and they were already dressed up like the way that they are in the the party machine thing. And by the way, the party machine was Nia Peoples / Arsenio Hall. He was involved in this too. Arsenio Hall and Nia Peoples. That was the answer to Club MTV during the early 90s, because Club MTV was sort of like this, where they would get national acts and they had people dance, and it was kind of like American Bandstand kind of thing. But this was like Paramount's answer to that. It would come on after the Arsenio Hall show. So you're looking at like a midnight run for this. So if you didn't see it in 1993, that's probably why. But so they hit me up. They said, "Hey, we want you to come and do this because you were great on the other one. Can we have you in this one?" Sure. It was great because I would get residual checks every once in a while. I had to join the Musicians Guild to actually make money at this. One of the few times I actually did make money. I had to get up at 4 a.m. to go do that show because we had to be there by it was like a 6 a.m. or 5:30 a.m., 6 a.m. call, so we could start shooting at like 7. And what they would do is they would collect all these people who are in the audience and they would drag them into the show. And so they'd come out of the clubs because they'd been up all night, like on blow or whatever they were doing, and blow or ecstasy. Those were the two things back then, at least in the circles I ran in. And so they would bring them in there. I mean, there's some like really smoking hot girls there too. And here I am, 23 years old. And so I go in, and they're filming 2 shows, and I'd done, I think the first one. We were up for the first one. So we go in there, we start filming at like 6 or 7 a.m. because everybody who was in the show was already partying from the night before, and they just come in there, they pay them, they have some good time, they dance around for a couple hours, and they're done, right? All they have to do is be extras. But the people who are like the drummers and like all those people in the band, I didn't know them from anybody until like the day before. So if you're a session player, you just got to kind of, fill in and be a professional, right? And so they wanted me up there. They wanted me to do the solo. There's actually 2 songs to that show. Maybe I'll dig up the second one. It's a little more acoustic-y. It's like more of a ballady kind of thing. This was a little bit more upbeat. But so I learned that they wanted me up there because I had long blonde hair. As you can see, I was playing that guitar back there. And they set me up, man. Like, okay, here's like, you have to deal with their rig and their shit and everything else. And so I meet the girls, and the 2 girls who are the singers, they're all family, right? They're Hispanic, and actually kind of liked them quite a bit. The girl who with the guitar though was, I won't give too much detail, but I really liked her a lot, and she really liked me a lot. We're just going to leave it at that. But I think it was probably because we were both guitar players. And so I went in, did the show, learned the whole thing, and then that was my 15 minutes. Actually, I should say that's actually probably the third time I was on TV, but like that was the first time I was like really featured on TV. And I told you guys I was gonna play that video about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I couldn't do it because I hadn't formatted it right. And I'm like, I'm just gonna go and re-record the whole thing off the videotape, the VHS tape that I had of it. So that's what I did. And so there you get to see me look like a fool at 20. So you guys say, oh, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. He's a failed musician. Okay. Like what's a successful musician today? Is he just playing arenas? Trivium is a successful band. You know, I'm doing it at 55, still playing, still in good shape, still rocking out, still doing my thing. Oh, you're trying to be a teenager. Yeah. Yes, I am. And I will be until I put me in a pine box, my friend. Until they put me on the Viking longboat and they shoot that flaming arrow into that boat out on Lake Tahoe, then I'll stop trying to act younger than I am, because it's all up here. What I got here? Let's see. Misogyny. I don't have that sound drop. Chris Pogson, I need that sound drop. Sooner or later, you'll give it to me. Happy birthday. Can't wait for your upcoming debate. Yeah, okay, we got to you already. I have one more thing to get into. So anyways, that's the party machine. That's the story behind the party machine. Oh, one last story. You want some band stories? I had to get up for about 4 a.m. to be there by a 6 a.m. call, right? But I had to be there at 5 because I had to meet up with the other musicians so we could run through the song once or twice, or 2 songs once or twice. And you better know your shit when you get there, because if you don't, you're not on the show. So you go on there, and even if you have to fake it, and by the way, you do multiple takes of it too. So even if you fuck up or something, they've got they're playing live. They just have they have an under track that's going on with it. And if you fuck up and it looks like you fucked up, then you have to do it again. So you better know your shit. So, cause they don't want to do multiple takes of it, cause then it means it's going to take longer for the next show to come in, cause we're the first show. So I'm there 4 a.m. I'm playing in another band at the time. And we had a festival show to play that evening, the following evening, right? So I'm up at 4 a.m. dealing with all these party people because I had to get out, and I was always nervous as it was, because I'm 23, right? Meet the chick, talk to I forget Diana. Yeah, I forget her name. But talk with her, kind of hobnob a little bit. So now I go from 4 a.m. to about 1 p.m., 2 p.m., and I'm finally getting home. But I'm not getting home because I got to go load up my truck and put all my gear in my truck and get my happy ass out to this festival, which is probably another 2 or 3 hour drive from where I'm at, because the band I'm playing is probably already there, and I got to get there before sound check. So now I throw all my shit in the back of my white Toyota 1979 pickup that has like no tailgate and has like a net in the back, but that's it. Drive out to this gig. I'm there. I get there at about 7. We do sound check because the show is like, we're the last ones to do sound check. And people are already like 3 sheets to the wind, man. They're already drinking and having a good time. And I was drinking quite a bit back then, but not when I play, because that's one thing. I could never play when I was like even buzzed. I was so nervous I'd screw something up. And I play guitar on this one, but I also played bass in the other band that I was in. So now I switch from one instrument to another instrument, and our set is the last one of the night, and we didn't play it till 1 a.m. of the following day. And so that was the first time I have ever been so tired that I could sleep standing up. And I knew we were going to go play the thing, and I didn't want to be, I was not drinking. I was just like on top of my truck, just sleeping standing up. Finally go on at 1 a.m. People loved us to death. We come back for an encore and everything. I think we were done by like 2:30. I'm not getting back home until like 6 a.m. the following day. I was up for like 24 or 26 hours at that point. And I'm not looking for sympathy or anything like that. I'm just saying I remember that day specifically because it was a very long day. So it was fun. Yeah, he always does. He's like, Rollo. Yes, I know. That's fine. You don't try to correct Robert Kiyosaki. Robert Kiyosaki, his birthday is April 8th. Last year, I was with him in Scottsdale. I'm glad he came to see me this time. It was nice to have him on. I got a couple of things I want to kind of get into here. First one was it this one? Which one was this? Is this it?
Not about to.
No, we already got to that. That was the Don Lemon thing. That was a funny one, wasn't it? What was
actual statistical studies where they took thousands of people, put them on dates. It was in the UK where they did do the study. They put them on these blind dates, and then they match the blind dates on the succession to whether or not they get a second or third date, and they correlate that by astrological signs.
I love
and
that.
do you know what the answer is? Because I'm sure you do. What is the correlation?
Zero.
Zero.
I don't know. I
know. And by the way, that was the show that Aaron Clary was on. That's why Gary, the numbers guy, Gary Ginsberg wants to come on the show and like sort of set us straight. And like I said, I'm open to like, you think you convert me? Have at it, man. I'm just there to moderate. I'm there to say, okay, because Gary's problem is not with me, it's with Mike. And we're both, we're both going to do our homework just so we have a good show. It's going to be a fun show no matter what. But there you have it. Oh, this is the one I wanted to show you. Here we go.
In today's day and age, you shouldn't be getting married until you're at least 35.
That was my next question for you. As a man, what do
you
you
Wait. Did you catch that? Wait. That was too good. That was too funny. Wait. Here. Watch this. That
was my next question for you. As a man.
Like he smells like something bad, like something sour. Did you fart?
What age should you consider getting married?
So I have, this is my thing that I tell guys.
Yeah.
I think 35 years old, had slept with at least 50 women, 100K per year, you're in shape, and you got 6 months to 1 year of savings.
All right, done. I got to get married. I've done all that. That's easy.
Here's the Republic right there. So that is a recipe for.
Okay, wait. Catch that? Here's the Republic. This is the overall state. This is the true state of the Republic, of the State of the Union, is Myron Gaines, essentially talking about plate theory, but his version of it anyways. I got to give him credit for that.
Or a terrible marriage, by the way, guys. Waiting until you're 35 and have slept with 50 women. That is a terrible recipe for marriage.
Okay, let's see. Well, not 50. How about 42? And met her in a club. After a gig, and coming up on 27 years of marriage, longer than you, Ben Shapiro. Have a great daughter. I've had a wonderful marriage for most of my, my life. Well, actually, all of my life, the whole thing, right? Like I said, I can count on the fingers of one hand how many times I've had a fight with my wife, and it's never lasted more than 24 hours. That's a recipe for disaster. Maybe, maybe not. I love that. I love the reaction.
Every available data point. It turns out that you are much better in terms of getting married if you get married younger.
Wrong, actually. The younger you get married, the more likely it is you will be divorced. In fact, if you go as far back as like say 18, if you get married at 18 today, it's almost like an 86, I want to say 86% chance if you end up being divorced. You want to know why that is? At least in Western societies. Okay, I got to clarify demographics here because he's never going to do that. So I will clarify for you here, Ben. No, actually, the younger you get married, the higher the incidence of you getting divorced. Okay, now the younger a woman, or I should say, the fewer sex partners a woman has, the likelier that you're going to have a better, more happy, more stable marriage. Yes, true. A woman has. Want me to say that again? A woman has. It's not guys. In fact, if anything, it is positively correlated for guys who have higher body counts, whether they broadcast that or not. For God, like it's almost irrelevant to the point of irrelevancy. How much, unless the guy has like a disease or they're like, we're talking like a lot of women. There's no negative correlation between promiscuity in men, but there is with women. So you'll never hear that come from the mouth of Ben Shapiro. God, this is going to be great. You'll never hear that come out of Ben Shapiro's mouth. But the reason why is because that's an unflattering truth about women. So, every statistic says opposite, without naming one statistic. Thank you, Josh Fluke, for enlightening me to the fact that a lot of these guys that want to say, hey, don't you know studies say, without actually telling us what the fucking study is. I'm more than happy to show you studies, which I do on every one of these shows.
If you do not have a wide variety of sexual partners, all the stuff about, being in shape and having money and all the rest of it, like you should try to do that generally speaking. But this.
Okay. Yeah. So So do all that, be responsible, right? I mean, we could get to that point. Ben, if you want to come to Vegas, I'll be happy to have you on the show. I'll come to you. What, Nashville? Is that where they are? No problem. You want to have this discussion? I'll be happy to school you in factual reality. You're wrong about your presumptions about marrying younger, having a longer, more stable marriage. You are correct if you want to say, well, having 50 partners, that's ludicrous. For women. For men, it's not at all. There is absolutely no correlation or causation, whatever. There's no causal link for a guy who has more sexual partners and more sexual experience. If anything, he is. It raises his status. And as much as women want to talk about like double standard, it's a double standard. Guys can go fuck whoever they want to, and I'm a slut if I have more. Yeah, yes, that is one downside of being female. There's lots of downsides. There's plenty of other double standards, and more double standards apply. Men are on the sharp end of the stick of more double standards than women are, but that is one for women. Would you like me to show you the studies? I'll go dig them up here for you in just a moment. They're all in my Twitter or I have my bookmark. You guys would probably love to see my bookmarks on Twitter. So the causal link there. In fact, there's no positive correlation between promiscuity and women, because women have more to lose for, as we were saying on last week's show, have more to lose, status wise. And if they really even lose their lives, if they get caught cuckolding the wrong dude. So promiscuity in women is something that is a definite downside. However, Ben Shapiro, human female eggs select male sperm. So there had to have been some sort of reason for that adaptation in the first place. Now, jury's still out. You can make up whatever reason you want, but the logic I'm going with is that the reason why human ovum select between different men's sperm is because there were different men's sperm at the site of the point of conception. Point conception. So there had to be a reason for it. You tell me, man. I just work here. We can go on Google and find that in 0.078 seconds if you'd like, because that's how long it'll take to get a return on that one. Not hard to find. You don't even need a link. You just go male sperm checked or is checked or buffered by female ovum, or female eggs preferred this kind of sperm. Whatever. You'll come up with that article. So there has to be remember I was just saying, like, you have to, if you want to be like completely red pill, like you were really going to get lost in the weeds, right? You got to know something about evolutionary biology, certainly Evo Psych. You got to know something about sociology, anthropology, neurological, endocrinology, neurology. And I am not an expert at any one of those by any stretch of the means, but I'm a jack of all trades, master of some. And it's the sum that pisses off a lot of guys. What do we got? Ben's experience from band camp. Yeah. Well, remember, and I don't have it queued up, damn it, the video of him talking about how he met his wife and how they got together, and he was just an eager beaver, man. He was just, oh man, I think it's time to get, I knew exactly I wanted to get married immediately. For most women, they would be kind of scared. That's almost like, that's creepy behavior. Well, honey, it's like a contract. It's like a business negotiation. Well, looks like you're not getting any younger, and I'm not getting any younger either, and I'm on my way to success. And you want to go out? No. Okay. 2 weeks later. Hey, well, things are going really good for me. I happen to be in town today. Do you want to go out? No. 2 weeks, 3 weeks later. Hey, how's it going? I thought I'd hit you up again and see if you changed your mind about me just yet. Let's talk about the contract here. Okay. Don't have anything else doing, right? And then have 1 date, 2 dates, and now it's like, well, honey, I think we need to formalize this and get down to the negotiation table and put this in writing and put, I don't know, crush the glass and jump over the broom. You know what I'm talking about. Let's get married, honey. What do whirlwind romance. What do you think? In the chat, here we go. Here, question. I should make this a poll. In the chat, give me a number. What is the body count of Ben Shapiro? Do you think it's more than one? Well, it's got to be one because he's married, right? I hope they're having sex. But how many chicks do you think he's got with? Because Does Ben Shapiro?
Man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man.
Does Ben Shapiro get no hoes? I mean, look at it. He's got a lot of money. Definitely has a lot of money. Rollo, my body count is 300, and it's hard to stop cheating when and keeping attraction to an LTR. Yeah, I can see that. And by the way, there are stats that show that too. It's like so many dudes want this chick, but I don't. I feel like it gives dudes trust issues. Yeah, sure. You know what? I will go dig up some stuff off it on my Twitter bookmarks. 1, 3. Wow, you got really Endemus 3. Less than 3, more than 3, 5.5, a half. What, you just get a handy? Does that count as a half? Come on, I need to get 1. According to the CDC, and I actually bookmarked this too. According to the CDC, if you get a Hummer, you get a Slappy Toppy. That counts as 1. That's in the books. So, by the way, I have had to adjust my notch count according to the CDC. So if it's just about getting, it ain't immoral. What eating ain't cheating. If it ain't immoral if it's oral. My notch count is much higher than it is that I thought it was, because I was only counting like regular, like, here we go, let's have sex kind of thing. But apparently, if you get a Hummer, that's knocked one off. Am I stupid in that? Like, has everybody thought that, or is this just something that the CDC came up with? I don't know. Oh man, holy mackerel! Wait. This guy's going out because this guy's coming in. Here we go. Oh my Lord, what's up, man? You got your unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Can't hear you. Oh, where are you at? Oh Lord, okay, so Fresh has decided to come and share his dinner with us today. Oh, you must be. Oh, are you in maybe he's in Barbados. I can't hear a damn thing you're saying. Let me unmute you. Hang on. Oh, he's waiting. Hold on. He's going to take me somewhere. Hold on. We got Fresh. Fresh.
Right. There was music there, so I don't want to play.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for doing that.
What's up, Rollo? Happy birthday, man.
Thank you. My brother from another. Where are you at? Are you in Miami?
I'm in Miami right now. I'm on the water.
Oh, man. Nice.
I'm at Bar 1.
Oh, Bar 1. Okay, now I know where you're at. All right.
Yeah, we do for your birthday, man.
Well, I'm doing this show right now. After I'm done here, I'm going to go fire up the sleds and go take them up the hill, I think, I still got daylight out here. But yeah, man, thanks for dropping. I had Big Mo a little earlier. I had Jevani in here. I had a lot of people in here, man. Thank you for dropping by.
You know why? People love you, man. You add a lot of value, change lives, Rollo, so you deserve it, man.
Think you, brother. Thank you very much. I appreciate you too, and I love you like a brother. You already know that. I'm not gonna.
I already know, man. I already know.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we'll talk, brother. Definitely stay in touch, and then when you come down, we'll link up again.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Myron asked me if I want to come out next week, so I'll work out the logistics on that. It depends. I'm supposed to be picking up another dog, so it depends if I get it next week or the week after. But one of these, within the next 2 weeks, I'll be out there.
Sounds good to me, man.
All right, man. Yeah, let's do it. I'll go.
All right, Rollo.
Right on, man. See ya. Thanks, later. Fresh. Bye. Oh man, Fresh decided to give me some love today. Where were we at? Let's put Ben Shapiro over there.
You wait until you're 35. You've already made a bevy of mistakes that have shaped your character and made you much more rigid as a person, and that you should have had a basis of.
Did you catch that? Why would that make you rigid? Rigid if you're an asshole. Rigid if you don't learn anything from it. Rigid if you get bitter from it. Rigid, why is here's the thing is if you, I wonder what he would say to this. Like if you went to college, I don't know, did Ben Shapiro go to college? If you went to college and you spent 4 years in college, would that make you rigid? Maybe it would. I don't know. Just kind of, I guess maybe it depends on what you're majoring in, right? What if you did it's like paying your dues. Is that going to make you bitter and rigid? Dude, I don't know if that's the adjective I'd use. Hey, Rollo, happy birthday. Just want to ask Ben Shapiro, can you explain King Solomon and his 15 wives? Oh, yeah. 15. I thought he had a lot more than that. He had more concubines, didn't he? How about Father Abraham? We know he had 2 wives and he had at least a couple of maidservants he was knocking it out with. What about King David? You know, King David probably was nailing other chicks better than Bathsheba, right? Probably. And because it's socially accepted. Right? What about that? Okay, you can get biblical if you want. I don't care. I'm not a biblical scholar, although I try to play one on TV once in a while. But yeah, and so the presumption. See, here's the thing: is he's not even. By the way, thank you for that, Black Sigma. But he's not even approaching this from a religious perspective. He because I've got the studies to show it. Well, so clearly he's not talking about like the Old Testament or New Testament or whatever the hell. He presumes that if you have sex with multiple women, you're going to end up rigid. You're going to end up. There's going to be something wrong with you. You're going to end up bitter. Well, I probably not. Like I remember like I've got I have a post about, it was called You Need Sex. And boy, people lost their minds when I said that. I said, sex is a need. It's a fundamental human need. People, you don't need sex. You could be, you could live a perfectly fine life. It's not like it's oxygen or food or water. I'm like, well, yeah, from a biomechanical perspective, no. But you do need sexual release. And not just release. It's like, are you living a successful life as a human being if you don't procreate? Well, you can say yes and no. Some people say, well, hey, I'm fine without kids. Okay. Yeah, but you're the end of the line. If you're an only child and you say, you know what, I don't think I want to have any more kids. Well, congratulations. Every person that was successfully reproduced before you stops with you. Maybe your cousins, maybe some sort of iteration of your DNA will go on, but congratulations, you basically gone. You pretty much made your bloodline extinct. All right. You could even say, well, who cares, right? Well, there's a school of thought. If you read The Ape That Understood the Universe by Steve Stewart Williams, that organisms, living organisms, whether it's a human or a bird or a bacteria or whatever, are vehicles for our code, for our DNA. And that and I'm not saying I necessarily agree with this, but I do follow the logic in this. The only thing about you that could practically be immortal is your DNA. It's the only thing you're going to leave behind. It's going to stick around because you reproduced and you commingled it with others, of course. But the only thing, you want to know why men get jealous the way they do? Because of DNA. Because it's being concerned with where your significant other was, and are you investing yourself in the offspring, the progeny, vocabulary of another man? Or is your investment of resources, protection, provisioning, and parental investment in your own DNA? Why do guys get violent if they find out that they've been cuckolded? Why do they get depressed? Why do they get suicidal? Why do they become emotional, either anger or otherwise, to find out that they've been cuckolded? Why? Why would that be a big deal? Well, it's a big deal because you're concerned with your DNA going on into the next generation. That's why. Really, that's what it boils down to. I don't understand why guys think it's such a big deal. Or why don't you want to marry a single mommy? That's why. It's not rocket science. You don't have to have a degree in bioengineering or whatever the hell it is to understand that. It's like, yeah, that's the most important thing. So is sex a need? In that respect, yes, it is. It's a human need. Oh, forgot it. Oh, you got more. So if it's a need and you want to pass on your genetics into the next generation, would it not serve men's basic purpose to spread the seed? And if it wasn't, why is pornography a big deal? Why is it free and 4K and streaming and probably 8K now? Why is it that every new technology is sort of redirected or repurposed for human sexuality for the most part? Most certainly media technology. Why? Why is it the first thing we think about? Because we want to, well, first of all, we want to fuck, but then we also want to pass on the ultimate cause as opposed to the proximate cause is we want to pass on our DNA. So would it not then stand to reason that you're probably better off being a patriarch, being Father Abraham, being Solomon, I guess, King Solomon, and then knocking it out with as many women as you possibly can? See, this is what he doesn't get. He'll talk a good game about like Andrew Tate. And yes, Tate got free Tate. Top G's out. Got it? Okay. We'll come back to that. But when Andrew Tate sort of takes a line from my book, Religion, and talks about how great men of the past had concubines, had harems or harems, depending on what part of the country you're from, or the planet. Or, you can be a tribal chieftain in the Amazon rainforest, or you can be the emperor of dynastic China with the Forbidden City and have hizzos guarded by eunuchs, or a great, Roman emperor, whatever it is. But this is from my 4th book, and I lifted this inspired by Alpha God by Dr. Hector Garcia, is that powerful men over the course of history have been defined by 3 things. This is where kind of takes it and runs with it with multiple women. There's way more to it than that. It's territory, resources, and access to virginic, beautiful, exclusive access to virginic, beautiful women. That's what defined the tribes of Israel. That's what defined the emperor and the Forbidden City, right? That's what defines the tribal chieftain of the Yanomamo or whatever, or what, I forget the one that's in the rainforest. Powerful men have been defined by access to resources, territory, and being able to defend that territory, and access to beautiful women. That's the part where Tate focuses on, right? So it's like, close on her end, open on my end. Well, that's pretty much a harem. That's been the history of male humanity for millennia. So would it not be more beneficial for a guy to spread the seed? I mean, from a practical sense, from a pragmatic sense, hell yeah, it is. That's why pornography is what it is. So it's virtually, in a virtual sense, it convinces you that you are, but you're not. Lesson to all men. If you are dating a single mother, always ask this question: is your child or children ready to have another sibling? Yeah. And I would also say that when guys date single mothers, or they marry single mothers, or they wife them up, whatever, they are making a compromise. When a guy marries a single mother, this is just me, but that guy's beta. That is a beta male adaptive mating strategy. It's solving your reproductive problem. What that says is, I can't find or get with a girl who doesn't have any baggage, doesn't have any children, but here's this other girl. My sexual opportunities are few and far between, but here's this single mom who really needs me, and I'm going to be the dad, not the stepdad, but the dad who stepped up. I don't care. I'll adopt her kids. I love them. They love me too. And again, maybe that morally and ethically, that's a good thing. Practically, it's the same as going to college and getting a useless degree. Marrying and wifing up a single mother is the same as going to college and getting a useless degree, because its return on investment is minimal, whereas the investment is maximal. So the idea is this: well, if I take care of her baby daddy's kids, then I stand a higher chance of reproducing with her. And if DNA and passing on my genes to the next generation is important, well, maybe that's a better adaptive strategy than trying to do what I've been doing, because the single chicks don't have anything to do with me. Maybe I got to get an older one. Maybe I got to get a fatter one. Maybe I got to get a one with that's a different nationality. Got to go be a passport bro, right? Passport bros are just solving their reproductive problem. Guys who wife up single mothers, solving their reproductive problem. Guys who are chubby chasers, solving your reproductive problem. And we come from understand how many women have fetishes. I would argue that of the very few that do, they probably learned them from a guy, but primarily men have fetishes. I prefer women who are a little heavier. No, you don't. It's just the easiest method between point A and point B, right? It's how am I going to solve my problem? Well, I can't do it the way I would want to, but you know what? What if I condition myself to like women from this particular part of the world? Or what if I condition myself, or what if I was sexually successful with older women? Like, I'm going to get with a cougar because it's easier to get with a cougar. What if my preferences are for women who've already had kids? Those preferences come out as a result of having been sexually successful, or the belief that they will be sexually successful in the future, because it's an adaptive strategy to solve your reproductive problem. That is it. Let's see who's got me here. Not that. And Kevin Savo. Oh, he's too sick. Okay, so Kevin Savo won't be joining us. That's okay. You're here in spirit, brother. What else do I got here? Did I get to you? I did. If anyone DMs me the Rollo Tomassi, I don't get no 304 host, but okay, you want me to? I'll give it to you for $10. Give me another $10. I'll put it up after the show. It's not hard to find. All you got to do, you know what's funny is if you ever want to find like where I get my sound links for, just go to the people who hate me. I'll probably pick that. I learned that long ago. It's better to take from the people who hate you than to give to the people who hate you. So if, like, for instance, I always, this is one of my sound drops. Let's draw off Wallow. I will take that. Thank you very much for your stupid middle school laugh. I love it because that's all she like. That's her characteristic thing. I'll be happy to take that. No problem. What are you kidding? Or
guilty.
Just follow the haters, man. They just take it from. It's better to take from your haters than to give to your haters, right? Wait.
Hey, y'all.
Well, I bet Brittany Renner would not like me taking that from her, but boy, now that's standard to quit. Hell, even Fresh and Fit, I passed that on to Chris Pogson. That's a great one. I love that one. Anybody else? Who else do I have in? Okay, she's not a hater, but
Well, I'm a whore.
I love those.
Comparison in terms of sex of dozens and dozens and dozens of women. No, the data do not support this, and it's stupid.
No, the data actually does support that. Would you like me to show you the data? Let me go dig the data out. Go give that to you. It benefits men. Doesn't benefit women. Sure. Where did I put that? I know I've got it laying around here somewhere. Let's go to my bookmarks. I don't know that I have that. I don't know if I've actually pulled this one out recently. Oh boy, here's a good one. Thank you, Rob Henderson. Males make up 49% of the population, but 80% of the suicides. How come you're not reading those stats there for us, Ben Shapiro? Yeah. Oh, and by the way, that video with Ben Shapiro, that was from that clip was from the Adam Sosnick show on Valuetainment literally a year ago. It was in March of 2022. I know because I helped set it up. So he's officially opining over a video clip that is, actually over a year old now. That's what I'm talking about. That's these guys who have no business in our sphere, in the red pill sphere, in the manosphere, no business being here. What probably happened is Ben Shapiro's staff or his help at Daily Wire said, "Hey man, you should respond to this. This will be great for a short." Yeah, because short form video, which is what this was, is video du jour today. That was from a long ass time. Let's do something that's contemporary, my friend. Oh, that smells. That's who far? Myra, did you far? Yeah, that's old news, man. Hell, I could try to think who was talking about that. Oh, Jedediah Bila beat you to the punch by 6 or 7 months on that one. I think I would not be. I have to go back and check the tape. I bet she talked about that on our first meetup back in July of last year. I bet we did, because remember she was talking about, well, I don't know anything about Fresh and Fit, but let me tell you everything about Fresh and Fit for the next 45 minutes. Like, how are you going to tell me about that? You just said you don't know anything about them. Well, but I know of them and I know what they're doing. Be my guest, please. Tell me how wrong you are. But now, of course, I love Jed. She's sort of done a 180 since then, but here's Ben. I will bet you this. Ben Shapiro here. It's my birthday, so let me give you a gift here. Let me give you a bit of information. I bet, Ben, if you were to have me on your show, that I could convert you to being a red pill guy inside of 2 episodes or 2 shows, 2 90-minute shows. I bet I could do with Ben Shapiro. Ben, I bet I could do for you what I did with well, certainly Adam Sosnick, but also Jedediah Bila. There's several other people who were like, they used to be very much dyed in the wool kind of trad. Elijah Schaffer. I could most definitely change your mind about a great many things. I doubt that's ever going to happen, but let's just say the invitation is on the table if you ever want to do that. So, see, I give and I give and I give. I'm just such a giving, most share. Like you heard Tori. She said, I'm just such a sharing, generous, simpish piece of shit. Lesson to all men. If you're dating a single mother, ask this question. Here's what you want to know what the real question you should be asking is. Would you like to know about red flags? Red flags are not, does she have a septum piercing, right? Or does she have like her nipples are pierced? Or what, should she have any odd piercings? Does she have like 16 gauge like rings in her earlobes or something like that? Oh, those are easy. Oh, her hair is multicolored. Stay away. It's apotism. She might be poisonous, like a poisonous snake. You want is it apotism? Apositism, I think is what that's how you, there's another vocabulary word. Look it up. It's the tendency for colorful animals like fish and snakes and frogs and I think lizards too, that if they have like a really brightly colored, it's like nature's warning signs. Like this is a poisonous animal, stay away from it. And if you have like multicolored hair or you like dress like a freaking clown, then that's apositism. Well done. Bravo, Black Pill Doomer. It's fun. It's fun and it's funny and people can laugh at it. Got it. Thanks. But it distracts from real red flags that I think guys don't really look at. So if you're going to say, oh, well, she's got piercings or she's got a tattoo, it's like bumper stickers on a Lamborghini. I have no problem with tattoos, by the way. But she's got big, gigantic boobies and she's got Kardashian lips. That's a red flag. You know what a bigger red flag is? Has she been sexually assaulted in her past? Has she been the victim of forced sexual copulation in her youth? That's a red flag, my friends. Because the girl that you meet at Bible study with no tattoos and no piercings and no nipple piercings and no tramp stamp and, has normal looking hair, but she's had a history or has like at some time in her past, she was sexually assaulted by a family member or somebody, maybe an ex-boyfriend or something like that. That's a bigger red flag than a septum piercing. So single mommy, okay. How many kids does she have? 3. How many baby daddies? 2. Red flag. Bye-bye. Eject. Next. That's a bigger red flag. Does she hate guys because she has daddy issues? That's so you finding out. Most guys will ignore shit like that. Well, men are sons of bitches anyways, and I guess I'm going to align with her, and I'm a sneaky fucker game, right? I'll identify with that. Yeah, you know what that is? That's you trying to solve your adaptively trying to solve your reproductive problem. Well, you know what? Maybe that's not a big deal. If you're writing off red flags, you're trying to solve your reproductive problem. That's actually, at that point, you need to be asking yourself questions, not her. Bear that in mind. That's there are bigger red flags than fuchsia hair or hairy underarm pits or whatever else, or her marching in the Great Women's March or some shit like that. I could almost forgive that if the girl had a change of heart and she suddenly became a red pill. It's another thing to get with a woman who you later find out after you married her that she used to do, double penetration porn videos with guys at college, or she has some sort of sexual assault, or she has got some sort of like previous like psychological damage that she doesn't reveal to you until you've been married to her for like 7 or 8 years. I just work here, man. I'm just pointing out the obvious. Thank you. I'll give you that. I'll give you that link, dude. Single mothers are not looking for love. They're looking for help. Yes, they're looking for a man with benefits. They are looking to lock down a guy for long-term security. Bear that in mind. If you think that it's okay to, first of all, there's an innate hesitation. It's what's called a sexual revulsion. By the way, women are way more prone to sexual revulsion than men are, clearly. But when men are, it's usually because there's something in their subconscious that says, this is a single mother and I have some women know this. That's why they don't put their kids in their Instagram photos. They know that. They know they're at extreme disadvantage in the sexual marketplace because they have children. That's why you get the kill to party dynamic. So that's a big red flag. Is she the kind of mommy who is like out partying all the time and she spends more time, or there's more pictures of her in the club, thought mommy's in the club, than there are of her and her kid on the beach or playing or with Legos, whatever. She have more pictures of her like without the kid than with the kid. Might be a red flag. Just saying. Again, I'm not going to be the one who tells you to wife up a single mommy or not, because most guys are going to do it anyways. If it seems like a good strategy, most guys are going to do it whether I say it or not. But you will be hesitant. You will have some sort of hesitancy that you have to get over. Maybe you're already over it, but there is going to be some sort of hesitancy. And that hesitancy is innate. It's like mate guarding or jealousy or like when somebody cheats on you, like, suspicion, right? Where, when, how, right? The reason you do that is the same instinctual reason why you have a sexual hesitancy with a woman who's already bred with another man, because that is sunk cost right there. To breed with this woman, to have sex with this woman, and to eventually have children with her at some point along the way and be parentally invested in those children means you have to also, to some degree, be invested in the children that you didn't have with her that somebody else did. That's sunk cost right there. That's opportunity cost for sure. And you will naturally, innately, we're human beings are really good at pattern recognition, and we make comparisons. That's the comparison. It's not rocket science. It's just simple pragmatism. Why are you trying to blackball CGA? I haven't mentioned CGA for months, man. What are you talking about? Trying to stop people's money, sucker. Trying to stop people's money. Is English your second language? I mean, it's okay if it is, but anyway. I'm not blackballing anybody. The only thing here's the thing is whatever, Joker, CGA. If you get something out of them, unsubscribe here and go subscribe to them. Tell me how it goes for you. Maybe you subscribe to both of us. Maybe you love us equally. All I'm saying is I would be a little bit hesitant. I'd be a little bit concerned with a guy who still to this day thinks that Anthony Johnson is a worthwhile trip out every fucking year. If you can't see that this guy lives in his own reality distortion bubble after 5 years, con Dios, man. The day that, and it will happen, the day that Anthony Johnson fucks over CGA, I'll be happy to talk. I will have him on the show. Absolutely. Happy birthday, Rollo. Thanks for everything. When you get with a single mom, you're entering another man's frame. Yeah, dude. Bravo for that one. Wait a minute. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
Rick, go to the front of the class. Thank you for that observation. Yes, absolutely. When you get with a single mom, first of all, you're entering her frame because my kids are the most important thing in the world. Yeah, well, you know what that means? That means her frame or no frame. And you know what? Those kids that are the most important thing in the world to her, they're also another man's frame. Very bravo. Awesome observation. Regardless of whether he's around or not, his offspring, his frame. Yes. And his last name. Just saying. Want to know why DNA is the most important thing for you? Why your body is just a vehicle for DNA and why we're concerned about it and why you need sex? Look no further than Brother Rick Terry here telling you the God's gospel honest truth. You're entering another man's frame. Why? Because you've decided to ensure through provisioning, protection, and parental investment that his DNA will go on into perpetuity while yours may or may not be, depending on your performance and how well you fit into another woman's frame. By the way, if you, I think this is state by state, but if you live with a woman, even just live, you're not married, but you live with a woman long enough, you have a common law marriage. I've seen instances and read stories of guys who were on the hook for child support for stepchildren once the divorce happened. Either maybe they adopted them, maybe they didn't, whatever, but you will be on the hook financially for another man's child. Let's see. Big Mo. Oh, thank you, Big Mo. Big Mo just gave me the misogyny. Wait, can I? What if I could play this here?
Misogyny.
There we go. Now I have thank you for that sound drop. Big Mo coming through again. Okay. Emilio, did I get to you, Emilio? So tradgons tell men never to do anything with the expressed interest of attracting a woman. Those things just happen. Yeah. Sound like, by the way, sound like MGTOW? Sound like Black Pill Doomers? Because if you're checking out and you're just like, you know what? I'm just going to go to the club and wait for a girl to come up to me. Is that not what Ben's talking about? So tradcons tell men never to do anything with the expressed interest of attracting a woman. Those things just happen, but still tell men to have their act together. Like, which one is it? Thank you. Wow, you're seeing the cognitive dissonance. Bravo. Go to the front of the class too there, Felicio.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Today is still a pod class, my friends, even though it is my birthday. Why do you think you weren't able to red pill Lauren Southern? Would you like to know? I'll tell you exactly why I didn't red pill Lauren Southern, because she is a grifter supreme. Would you like to know a few little interests? Okay, I can't reveal my sources, but here's why I couldn't. Here's why I would never be able to red pill Lauren Southern, because she tries to keep up appearances. She has to keep. She will never change her mind about anything, because if she did, she loses her revenue streams. She is not married, by the way. She still wears the wedding ring. I know firsthand that she is not married anymore. She wants to come at me and challenge me. I will be happy to have you on the show and talk to you exact fact. You know what, Lauren? You want to come to Las Vegas and talk about how you're not married right now? I will fly. I'll flew you out, just like Andrew Tate flew you out back in 2020. I already covered that. I think I talked about that in the Tate show, didn't I? Let's talk to Tom. Why don't we get Tommy Robbins to come out to Vegas and sit down with Lauren Southern as well? That's why I can't red pill Lauren. She won't red pill, but she won't admit anything or cop to anything, because to do so would mean she would have to go against the character and the persona, the online influencer brand she's created for herself really over the last 6 or 7 years. She's not married anymore, just so you know. She keeps that ring on because she wants to keep up appearances as being this tradcon, single mom. Well, she's a single mommy now. She has a child. And I will just say that there is a lot of friction. I don't want to sell anybody out, but she's not who she pretends to be. And if I ever had her on the show, I would definitely hold her feet to the fire for that. But she's not married. Just keep that in mind. And certainly not to the baby daddy anyways. And, look at Lauren's behavior on, I don't know, does she still do Tim Pool? Last time I saw her, she was on Tim Pool. But, she's thrown him back on Tim Pool. And, yes, she has a history, by the way, with Andrew Tate. So let's get onto that right now, because that's a nice segue. When I watched Adam Sosnick's show, I believe it was Thursday or Friday of last week. It might have been Friday. He had Destiny on. He had Brody on. Brody was the girl who was on with me and Fosh, and I was the only dude on the show. It was Brody, Fosh, black girl, stunningly hot black girl, and no, she wasn't on that show. I'm sorry. No, it was myself, Brody, and Tori. It was the first time I brought Torshaa on Adam's show when he was still doing the show in the vault. And Brody was on there, and she mentioned during that show, you can go back and look at it if you'd like. She mentioned that she was with a guy who love bombed her, and come to find out later on that it's Andrew Tate. Well, if you look at the most recent episode of Saucecast, Brody's on there, and I'm not selling anybody out. It's right there. I watch a show just as much as you did. I'm just work here, but I remember distinctly, and I think I even said this on a couple of occasions, is that she got with Tristan Tate as far back as, I want to say, November or October of 2021, because she'd already split with him, or maybe it was December of 2021. But anyway, she'd been with the guy and she was really upset. Even at that time, you could say she didn't want to talk about it. Someone during the show, it was me, Tori, and Brody on there, called in and brought up a man's name, and his name was Tristan. All right. So now we come to find out that it was actually Brody tearfully talking about how she was almost groomed or almost talked into going to Romania with Tristan Tate. This is her story, not mine. If you want to go and listen to the whole thing and watch the whole thing, in fact, I encourage you to do so. So she was tearfully talking about how it was possible that she might have been being sort of groomed to be one of the cam girls, and that it didn't work out. She felt like she was love bombed. She says during the interview with Adam Sosnick and Destiny, by the way, who was on the show, that, you know, she was tearful. I mean, she was like, she was really upset. Whether it's crocodile tears, you can say it's insincere, whatever, but go watch it before you pass judgment there. But she was, and maybe she's just riding this too. It's a possibility. She could just be jilted and just looking for attention, but it didn't seem that way to me. But she was talking about the very whirlwind romance that she had with Tristan Tate. And she was really concerned that she's like, oh, she asked the question. She says, could that have been me? Well, Lauren Southern was one of those too, because Andrew Tate has a history with Lauren Southern. And by the way, I'm not the first one to reveal this. It was Tommy Robbins to reveal this. I'm not throwing anything out there that it wasn't already there. I read you the Atlantic article where she introduces the swarthy guy who's like, who's not white, because she makes an issue of that. Sometimes you fall in love with people who are not of your own race. She says that in the Atlantic article. I've done that show already. That's Lauren's side. Lauren, if you ever want me to red pill Lauren, you tell her this. Come out to Vegas, sit across the table from me at Sticky Paws, and I will ask about your kid. I will ask about the state of your child custody. I will ask you questions about whether or not you're married, and I will definitely ask you, and Mike will definitely ask you about your history with Andrew Tate. That's why I won't be red pilling Lauren anytime soon. There you go. That's your answer. Boy, that was an unexpected birthday present. Thank you. What was your name? Let's see. I got to give you one of these, man. Here you go. Thanks, One Man's Chorus. Rollo, I found the misogyny sound file. I already got it. Thank you. Big Mo gave it to me. Oh, or maybe you did. Thanks, Viking. Rollo, there was a conservative from the Blaze called Steve Days. Was reading the report on the stats on men getting less sex, and one of his producers said, not only it's demonic, but it's the end of the West. So what is it? Should we have more sex or less sex, or just sex in the context that Ben Shapiro wants you to have it, or what Steve Days wants you to have it? Tell me, because I need to know whether I should be knocking it out more times with my wife, or I need to go get a side piece, because I don't know what's the approved way of doing it. Would love a full pod with Owen Cook and Rollo. Probably not likely. That would be a very long podcast. You want to you would say what are we at? We're at 3:30 right now. I could tell you right now that would be like 8:30 with Owen. Owen can talk. You think Mike Sartain can talk? My Lord, my definition of hell would be like Mike Sartain and Owen Cook and myself in the same room together. Holy shit! We would. I think we would probably like destroy the space-time continuum or something by sitting in the same room together. You want to see me literally smash Tommy Lahren? You mean like smash? Oh, smash. Okay, yeah. Well, I would love to. Nobody wants that. Ain't nobody want to talk to Rollo Tomassi. Nobody cares about what. Ain't nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for Rollo. Rollo Tomassi don't get no hold, man.
Man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man.
I don't get no hold. They don't care about me. You think they care about me? They do not care about me. Hey, Paul, I got you. Hang on one sec. Happy birthday, Rollo. You saved my life. I engage with your content religiously. I'd choose a different adjective, but okay. I love the conversation with Reeves. I want more like that. You know what? So do I. Here's a funny thing. I think I could probably red pill or like, I don't know, change the mind of Richard Reeves before I could change the mind of Lauren Southern or Ben Shapiro. I think there's something to work with there. I actually kind of like Richard Reeves. I don't agree with a lot. I think he's sort of misguided in how he comes to his opinions. And I think I could change that if I had him like on a few more times. Not because I want to like prove a point, but because I really like the dude. Right? I like Jedediah too. She was like, we weren't friends to begin with, but we are now. So saying who said this? Like, if I make a friend of my, it was Abraham Lincoln, wasn't it? If I make a friend of my enemy, does that not destroy my enemies? Speaking of my enemies, here we go. What's up, man?
I'm an enemy? Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, you should be today because you have to roast me. That's the only thing I have for you. You've got to, now you have, wait, where did I put it? There you go. Okay. Now, go ahead,
Yeah,
roast. Shoot.
I heard it was your birthday. And
Call me a fuckwit.
Here's your birthday, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to get on here, but if I get home on time. But here I was thinking I wasn't going to get home on time, and then I remembered he does 25-hour live stream.
That's right. That's right. Imagine if I had Owen Cook and Mike Sartain on this show.
Oh yeah, it takes forever. And now we
get lost in a temporal loop.
How old are you now?
55 golden years around the sun, my friend.
55, and you're still teaching guys how to chase tail.
That's right. Because if I don't do it, nobody else will.
Rollo Tomassi don't get no hose, man.
I don't get no hose.
I'm like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man.
That's the biggest criticism I get, right? Because of all this gray hair and stuff like that. They're like, what the hell does this guy know? Right?
What does he know?
Those guys don't fuck, right?
He's like old, isn't he? Or no, here's the best part is that I love this is the shaming side of things. Like, he should be sitting with his grandchildren on his knee right now, just spinning yarns. It's like, what the fuck are you coming from?
At 55? Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yes, I love that. You know, the funniest thing is like when I know at 55, I'll tell you what's funny is I have had clients who were 55, and here I was, I think it was like even like 48 or 49 when I was talking to a guy. Robert Kiyosaki is going to be 76 here in a couple of days, or just a few days, 6 days, right?
Yeah.
So I shouldn't talk to you, but Robert's older than you and you're younger. And so, okay. So does that mean at 55, can I legitimately give sex advice and relationship advice and evolutionary psychology? Can I give advice to a man as old as Robert Kiyosaki?
No.
Does it work that way? Or is it just that I can't talk to anybody younger than 55?
No. Guys stop having sex at 35. Didn't you know that?
Oh, did they?
Well, at least you would think. You would think
that memo, man. Sorry. What book is that in?
Is it in a book? It's the Bible.
Yes. Well, you know what's funny is like people ask me like, Rollo, what's the best age for men to get married and women to get married? I'm like, all you got to do is look at Aristotle. He said the same thing. He said 18 for women and 37 or 38 for men. Brilliant. I mean, we've known this for millennia now.
I would say never.
you know what I mean? Like to have a family and start a family.
Yeah. Well, I can't stay too long, but I did want to drop in and say happy birthday.
Thanks, Aaron. Much appreciated. Yeah. Thanks for coming in, man. Yeah, I'm just anybody who wants to drop in on this. I've never done a birthday show. So, because I've never had my birthday fall on a Sunday. So, and I happen to be 55. And no, I do not have an AARP card. Yeah. I have an NRA card. I don't have an AARP card. So maybe that counts.
What's the threshold for AARP?
55, I think, right?
55. Oh, so this you can apply for it then. At least. That's good.
Maybe they give it to you like by default when you hit 60, but maybe you can apply for it if they figure, well, it's a possibility that a very rich motherfucker could be 55 and retired. I will never retire. I think this is retirement. This is like working and busting my ass and doing the things I do. I do what I like to do. So isn't that what retirement's supposed to do? I like playing golf. I think I'm going to go move to the villages and just, to practice my swing until I'm dead.
You're living the dream. Talking about chasing tail.
That's not retiring. That's like giving up. I like golf too.
There you go. Maybe you start a second podcast on Tuesdays talking about golf.
Yes, improve your swing with Rollo. It could be taken different ways too.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah,
swinging your wood.
Yeah,
with Rollo.
It's not about key parties.
All right, Rollo, I gotta take off, man. Okay. Happy birthday.
No worries. Hey, thanks for dropping in, Paul. Much appreciated. All right, that's Paul. Paul Bonner. He's Come On Man podcast, and he is one of the newest members of Rule Zero. He's hosted several times too by now. By the way, Rule Zero has really, I should give you guys an update. Like Rule Zero has really kind of matured into something else. I would say, dare I say. I'm still a part of it. So is Ryan. Although people say, I don't think Rollo's a part anymore. I don't do it as often as I am able to. When I can, I'll do it. But like if I'm doing a show at Access Vegas, and I got to stick around and I got to fly back on a Saturday morning, or I got to go and drop my Camaro off, my bitchin' Camaro with Aaron on a Saturday so I can fly back home. I'm probably not going to make Rule Zero. You go, how come Aaron's made Rule Zero, but Rollo didn't? Because Rollo is driving from the hotel all the way out to Summerlin or wherever the hell to go and drop off the freaking car so that he can off-road it. Camaros aren't good for off-road view. My Tacoma is. A lesson to all men: if you go and get married, it's not for love, but to have family. Period. Yeah. Sorry, Ben. All right, I have one last video to sort of dig into because this was a little bit of gold, and then we'll get out of here. Today. Mike Sartain, what are you talking about? Oh, happy birthday. Oh, that was from, Mark Savo. Thank you. Mark Savo, everybody just gave me well wishes. Let's look at this. Oh, wait, hold on. Did I get you? Oh, okay, we got to you already. Did I catch up? I think I did. And by the way, thank you, Aaron, very much for that. In fact, I should give you one of these. There you go. Thank you. Much appreciated. That will go towards Ned's college fund. Speaking of college funds and college.
Is the idea of submission of a woman to a man in the context of a marriage socially repulsive?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, I think it's because it's
7,
first
8,
of all,
9, 10.
distinguishing between submission and involuntary slavery isn't simple. And the word submission has connotations of involuntary slavery. And if you believe that involuntary slavery is wrong, then insofar as
Maybe I didn't believe involuntary slavery is right. And there might be. I don't know.
submission indicates that, it's also wrong. I also think that it's an inelegant way of conceptualizing the relationship. So I was writing about this today. So this is quite interesting. So in the
Land the plane, Jordan.
second chapter of Genesis,
Here we go. Maybe
Adam-
this is the religious answer that Ben Shapiro was looking for.
is characterized as, in part, as the spirit that conceptualizes and perceives categories. So he names the animals. He names the distinguishable creations of God. He applies conceptual order to them. So Adam gives the animals the names. And so that's the construction of an epistemology, let's say a conceptual representation of an underlying reality.
No, that's a heuristic is actually what that is. But anyway, there's another vocabulary word for you today. Yeah. Let's land the plane, Jordan.
It's Adam's domain. Now, as soon as that's announced in the story, another announcement takes place, and that is that Adam, who's characterized in this manner, he's lacking a partner. So the mere ability to impose order in that manner, let's say with verbal categorization, is insufficient. And as soon as it's announced as the domain of Adam, then his lack of a counterpart is instantly brought into the story. And the term for his desirable counterpart in the King James Version is helpmeet. And that's an archaic English translation of a Hebrew word, a phrase which I can't remember at the moment. It's ezer, and then there's another word. But it means something like beneficial adversary. And ezer actually has the connotation of warrior as well, which I just discovered today. So in the Old Testament, for example, the military powers.
Maybe Ben Shapiro should tell us that we're not actually looking for a girlfriend and we don't want to fuck so many girls because we want one of those girls to be a beneficial adversary for us.
Upon whom Israel calls to aid them in times of battle are described with the word ezer.
Okay, now, I know people are going to give me grief for this, so I'm willing to accept that. But why default to like the New or the Old Testament? Why default to the Torah? Why default to, and that's not a Jewish thing. Why default to religion when biologically that's a very it's a dirt simple answer? I'm gonna here this how long is this video? I won't do the whole damn thing because I know it's obnoxiously long, but I'm gonna give you a very simplistic answer to this that I think really sums it up a whole lot better than this like doctoral thesis.
And so the application of the word ezer to Adam's helpmeet is the attribution of something like the spirit of the warrior to the woman. And so, and then this idea of beneficial adversary, I was talking to Ben Shapiro about this issue. And
oh, really?
He was the one who told me that the Hebrew from which the word helpmeet was derived means something closer to beneficial adversary. And I've been thinking about this a lot, what that means.
Hey, Reagan, I know you're picky when it comes to skin.
Jesus Christ, let me get this going here. We have to get past the ad that they put in.
So imagine you're playing a game. Okay, so let's try to figure out what a game is first. And one of the things that characterizes a game is you want to play it, right? If it's a game, it has to be voluntary. You have to have signed up for it. And so...
No, actually not. Playing the game might mean you were actually forced or born into that particular game, depending on the game.
That's useful. If it's enforced, if you have to play it, it's not a game. It's certainly not a good game. So voluntary participation is the indicator of a good game. And then you might say, well, what's a good game apart from that? And you might say, well, it's a good game if I can win. And
okay, I'm gonna see if I have this book because I know where all of this is coming from. But let's let him continue. Hang on.
That seems obvious because one of what you will strive to do if you're playing a game generally is to win. And so then you might think, well, that's the point of the game. And but then you might think, well, if that's the point of the game, when you set up a game, like let's say you're playing chess, you want to find someone who's never played chess in their life, and you just want to kick the hell out of them. And you might object, well, that wouldn't be any fun. And that's pretty interesting because if the point of the game is the victory, then why not set yourself up with an opponent that you can just stomp and then you win?
No. If you'd like to know where all of this is coming from, it comes from this book right here. Finite and Infinite Games by James P. Carse. Very old book. When was this? This is, by the way, this is like standard fare. I got this in when I was studying psychology, just to let you know here. Hold on, that's fine. When was this? 1986 is when this came out. Finite and Infinite Games. He basically just described like probably half of this book in the last, like, I don't know, 1 minute. There are games that are infinite and there are games that are specific and finite. Finite games are ones that have a winner, have a definite like outcome. Chess is a finite game. Okay. 21 craps. Name a game that has a winner and a loser. Sports are all finite games, unless it's hockey or what, or no, unless it's soccer and you can get a tie, then maybe. Then it's definitely infinite. But then there's the infinite games, and infinite games are more like Dungeons and Dragons. It's the goal of the game is to play the game. Now you can play a tournament style, D&D, which they actually attempted to do, because some people can't wrap their heads around an infinite game as opposed to a finite game. But everything that's coming out of Jordan, you want to know where it came from? Gotcha. Wait, hold on.
Gotcha, bitch. And it also doesn't even require much effort, so much the better. But everyone knows that's not desirable. It's
Everyone
not any
knows
fun.
that.
It's not a good game.
Well, clearly nobody does, because your wife wouldn't be asking you that question if everybody already knew that.
And so what do you need for the game to be good? And so then imagine instead that you're playing something like one-on-one basketball. And you could pick your opponent, your optimal opponent. And you might think, well, who would my optimal opponent be? And we know the answer to that. We know what people will pick if you give them the opportunity. And what they will generally pick, here's a side example. Parents speak to their young children at a level that's slightly...
I don't ever want to hear anybody say, Rollo, he goes on these side tangents, man. He can't stick to one point.
exceeds their current level of comprehension. They do that without even knowing they're doing it. And they do that because they want the child to understand what's being communicated, but at the same time, they want to facilitate the development of the child's ability to communicate. So when they communicate to the children, they push them to the edge of their capacity for comprehension. The Russian psychologist Vygotsky called that the zone of proximal
Where are we going with this?
Development. It's the optimal zone of the acquisition of skill. That's, I believe, where our notion of in the zone comes from. And if...
No, actually, it comes from the idea of flow state. Any first year Psych 101, any first year psychology student knows what flow state is and the zone.
You're playing a good game, you're in the zone. And that's where you're transforming optimally. You're developing more and more skill. So you have a shot at winning the particular game, but while you're attempting to win the particular game, you're expanding the domain of skill that makes you a skilled player in that game. And to do that, you need a beneficial adversary.
Okay, so like someone who's going to teach you something by your defeat or your winning, is that what we're getting at?
And a beneficial adversary is someone who's matched against you at approximately or slightly exceeding your current level of skill. And that's what you want.
So you're looking for a spouse who can kick your ass. In basketball? I know people are going to go, oh, Rollo's so boneheaded, he doesn't understand what Jordan... Do you understand? Let's continue.
In a partner. That's what you want in a marital partner.
You want a bitch who's going to nag you and hopefully going to nag you because she wants you to do better.
That's what you need, is you need to be set against each other in something like
equally yoked,
an iterating dynamic of cooperation and competition. Both
equally yoked.
Of those, the competition in some sense drives you forward, and the cooperation makes the entire enterprise sustaining and productive.
Land the
now
plane.
That's conceptualized, by the way, and this is extraordinarily interesting and very much worth knowing. It's conceptualized this is one manner of mythological conceptualization.
Really?
The Christian sacralization of marriage is predicated on the idea that the proper union of a man and woman offers the opportunity for the emergence of something like the spirit of the logos. And so,
damn, man, where's Ryan when I need him? Logos, pathos, ethos. That's Ryan. I gave you the link. Fuck, where are you? Shall I keep going? I'm going to answer this in I can answer this in probably 3 minutes. Not even that. Probably 2. I bet I could. I should time myself. I got the timer here. Let me see if I can time myself. How long will it take Rollo to answer this question? We'll do that. I don't have that for nothing.
That's the word made flesh. And so what that means is that a dynamic can be set up between the participants in the relationship, and that dynamic is something like the truthful exchange of redemptive information aimed at maximizing the quality of the relationship, right? So that would mean that if you're a wife, you're subordinate to the aim of maximizing the relationship, abetted by the willingness to exchange truthful information.
Tony's like, what the fuck is this guy?
And so then there's an emergent spirit that characterizes the interaction of the two people in the marriage.
She been listening to this for how long now?
And that is symbolically represented by the logos, right? And that's the sacralization of marriage. Then you might say, well, what does the logos mean in some deep sense, which is a very good question. And so, one of the...
Well, you need to flex your fibrillations. Are you talking about my arms? Dog, just say arms.
For better or for worse, right? That's the ethos of marriage. And so what does that mean? Well, it means that you and your wife or your husband will face the ultimate catastrophes of life together. And that if you do that properly...
Can we face other things than catastrophes too?
You'll face them together voluntarily. And if you do that in the right spirit, then you'll face the ultimate catastrophes of life voluntarily, aimed at the good, with your eyes open, well, interacting in a truthful manner. And that will, if you do that, that will be the best antidote to the catastrophe of life that you can possibly manage.
When people ask me, like, why do you have such a problem with Jordan Peterson? When we first started doing the Red Man group back in 2017, and then into 2018, that show got off the ground because I think it was myself and Ryan and unfortunately Anthony Johnson and a few other people, because we wanted to sort of provide a counterbalance to what was going on with Jordan Peterson at the time, because he was like really at this, I mean, he was catastrophically on his, skyrocketing to popularity at this time. And you, like, even today, you still can't talk shit about him. I mean, you cannot, talk shit. You can't be critical. I'm like, where the fuck is this going? Because we have been at this for 10 minutes. Yeah, sorry, I had to see it. Now you had to see it. There goes 10 minutes of my time. Thanks a lot, brother. So let him finish.
And so that's a way better vision than, and what did you call it? Well, the question was that for...
Should I stop it there? Because there's a little bit more.
That the woman be...
Submission.
Submission to her husband. Now,
Submission's a great Sex Pistols song, just saying.
Now, each of you should jointly submit to the spirit that makes your relationship redemptive and dynamic.
Wrong. Okay, hey, where's the scripture in that? Sam Botta, give me that scripture. You know damn well what I'm talking. You know what I'm getting at. First of all, that is not in the Bible. First off, I know that, because it's like, what is it? Well, men love your wives, wives respect or submit to your husbands. That's what them's the words. I don't know how you're going to interpret that. Even my layman's understanding of the Bible, I know that one. Men love your wives, wives submit to your husbands. The hell, you want to talk about Genesis? There it is. What was it? Adam, where are you? Who told you were naked, right? Okay, well, Adam, because you listened to your wife and ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, you're fucked. You, young lady, because you disobeyed and believed the serpent, you're going to submit. Your will be for your husband. There's no equal shit in there. Not by my watch, not by my clock. Is that what because I mean, if you're going to use that as a basis for this entire 10-minute diatribe, at least get the scripture right, Jordan.
And that's a much better way of thinking about it. So there's an element of...
No, that's the egalitarian way of thinking about it. That's the bonehead. If I say something different, I'm going to lose market share if I don't jump into the egalitarian side of things, which is why it took you 10 minutes to sort of, what was it? Vox Day used to call this baffle garble. We've had 10 minutes of baffle garble.
Submission in some sense that's involved, but it's not unidirectional, and it's never been conceptualized that way.
No, it has been exactly conceptualized that way. In fact, biblically, scripturally speaking, which is the source you're using. If you want to go to something else, fine. But if you're going to use that as the basis of your analysis, at least get the scriptures right?
Thought, not by people who thought deeply about such things. And you submit, in a marriage, but to what?
Would you like me to tell you? Because my good friend, oh wait, this is not it. You got to give me the other good ones. Sam Botta's going to tell us what.
Well, both of you, if you have any sense, submit to the absolute necessity of maintaining a positive relationship over the longest possible term in the most diverse possible situations, right?
Okay, so let me try to wrap my head around this really quick, because I'm going to this is going to take me less than, I've got the timer here. It's going to take me less than 5 minutes. I will do it in under 5 minutes. Okay, I will explain this to you in under 5 minutes. Where are we at? We're at 11:16 right now, and I believe this goes to like 12 or 13 minutes. I will do, if you want me to make you endure it, I will. I will, however, explain this to you. This is the egalitarian way of reinterpreting and rejiggering the Bible. Ask me how I know. I wrote a book, my fourth book, 300 plus pages of explaining exactly this kind of baffle garble right here. Now, this is not my religious diatribe, because I'm going to explain this in nuts and bolts here in just a second. But this is the kind of stuff. This is why this man is a brand, not a thinker, not a critical thinker. This is baffle garble. This is filibustering. So just talk and ramble on for as long as you can. You got to know something about everything. So let's go baffle garble everybody else. Okay. Yeah. Box Day is still around. He's just not doing the same thing he used to. Katie, he is still around though.
Because you're going to experience great joy together and also great catastrophe.
Okay. Here would be for this section, this would be my question. Do men, do women, whatever, when it comes to commitment, marriage is a commitment, right? Do people have a commitment to the union, to the institution, to a contract, or do they have a commitment to themselves? What should and in what context and what pretext should one outweigh the other? I wrote about this as far back as 2012 or 2013. It's about commitment. It's a paradox of commitment, right? Should your interest in yourself, your commitment to your own happiness, your commitment to yourself, your commitment to your own self-esteem, right? We say, oh, that girl's got no respect for herself. Should I be committed to my own self-respect, or should I be more committed to an institution that does not work on my benefit? That's the paradox of commitment. And thank you. Holy mother of God. Thank you very much for that. Fidel Rustamov. Happy birthday, Rollo, savior of boys and men. Thank you. I'm doing my best. Oh, man, you get a double whammy. Oh, man, and you get this, and you get this. How awesome is that? Wow, right here at the end. Thank you very much, my friend. Very, very appreciative. No, that's not the scripture I'm looking for. You didn't give me the right one, Sam. I figured of all people, you would know it. I need the one. I think it's in Corinthians, isn't it? No, it's in Paul. One of the letters of Paul. I forget which one. Again, I'm not a biblical scholar. Sue me. But in this case, what is your commitment? What should be your primary cause? To yourself? By the way, this is the law of power. When I was reading this, I forget which one it is, but I know it is. I think it's law number 20. Never commit to anyone but yourself. Never commit, essentially, is what it is. Now, there's a reversal to that, meaning that if you don't commit, in some cases, people are going to think you're wishy-washy, you're a selfish prick. Yeah, okay. But the idea is that never commit to anything except for your own causes, because you're basically trying to help somebody. Not everybody is out to get you, but everybody is out for themselves, right? So what is it? What's your level of commitment? Is it to the marriage, or is it to yourself? And how long? What is it that is the defining, the distinction, the threshold, the deal breaker that says my commitment to myself is more important than my commitment to you? Because I would argue right now, the reason why women have a trouble with submission is because of that question right there, which we'll come back to when I completely destroy this argument in under 5 minutes. Happy birthday. Thank you for the decades of work. You are welcome. And officially the institutional memory of this space. I thank you for saying so. I certainly hope so.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
Thank you. Do you think Peterson randomly breaks down in tears in public because he feels guilty over something? No. If it's due to mental illness, why is he giving advice to people? I don't even think it's necessarily mental. It might be. I mean, he might be coming down off of meds or something like that. Some people have argued that like it could be something else, right? It might be a medical condition. It might be meds. It might be like, I don't know, hormonal imbalance. He's weepy. Like, you know, it's funny. It's like, if you take like testosterone, if you take like a TRT, one of the questions they ask you is like, is your mood okay? I'm like, well, what do you mean? Are you crying? Are you like weepy? Are you like, are you sensitive to like, are you on edge or something? I'm like, no, if anything, I want to go kick someone's ass. Right. And I didn't know that that was a thing. So it's a possibility that there might be some sort of medical thing that's going on. But I would argue this, the crying side, like, remember when he cried on Piers Morgan? Oh, you're the this stupid feminist director wants to portray you or use you as the archetype for this character in her movie that is the king of the incels. What do you have to say about that, Jordan? I would say it in a British accent because it was Piers Morgan. And he starts breaking down and crying. Who's going to think of the kids? After he's already said, you know, if women are like, I love how he can go, like, it's almost like bipolar. He can go from like, well, if women aren't wanting to get with you, they're right and you're wrong. It's because of you. And then he gets asked that question by Piers Morgan. I was like, who's going to represent, who's going to think of the poor boys? I think that he gets it. I don't know for sure, but I think he gets into that as sort of a filibustering tactic, not unlike this. He can't cry here. Might be easier, but he can't cry in that one. That's what women do, by the way, when they want to change a subject, they cry. They look for that. By the way, when someone can cry on demand, or somebody like gets emotional, like overly emotional to the point where they break down in tears, we usually think of that. Well, stop acting like a bitch, right? Well, it's because that's what women usually do as sort of like as a distraction tactic. And the reason why it works is because like men want to be protectors. It's like listening to a baby cry. If you listen to a baby cry, God, the most annoying sound in the world. Especially to me on a plane that I know I'm going to be on for the next 5 hours. When I get on a plane, especially if it's Southwest, and I like Southwest, I get on a plane, I sometimes don't want to be like, I don't want to be too early in like the boarding, and I don't want to be too late in the boarding. I want to be right kind of smack in the middle, because what I do is I look around the waiting room, or I look around the people, you know, waiting to get on a flight, and I go, there's a baby there. There's a baby there. There's a baby there. There's a baby there, right? There's going to be kids there. It's not that I don't like kids. I like kids. I don't like them on planes for 5 hours. You want to know why I got like soundproof earphones? That's why. So I don't have to hear your fucking kid that you won't shut up for the next 5 hours. But the reason why it's annoying is because it's an evolutionary adaptation. If a child is crying, what's wrong with the baby? Did a snake get it? Did a spider get it? Oh my, where's the baby? And like, that's why it's like, for guys, it's like, oh, baby. For women, it's like, oh, you know, it's care. Men are like, oh, you're going to draw predators. You know, you're going to draw animals to come and eat the baby. And then the whole tribe is fucked. Shut that kid up. Right. For women, it's like, oh, where's the baby? What's wrong? Does it need milk? Is it okay? Is it colicky? You know, is there a snake in the cradle? But biologically, evolutionary speaking, human males and females, when you hear a baby cry, we're like, where is it? That's why. And so it might be that like the sort of the trigger effect of not getting into a position where you can't really answer that question, or you want to get out of a difficult situation. You'll see that when women have no logical answer to an empirical, you know, factually absolutist empirical position, they will make emotional appeals, right? Who hurt you? That's an emotional appeal. That's an attempt to reframe the conversation. I'm losing this argument. I can't win it empirically or rationally speaking your rational language. Fuck you. Who hurt you? What was your childhood like? Have you ever been in love, Myron? Those questions are emotional reframes. You know what else is? Crying. It's the guy who can like resist the woman's tears. That guy, first of all, you're probably going to get laid. And the second of all, if you're just like, I don't care if you're crying, you're not going to fucking turn the waterworks on. We're going to solve this. And we're going to pull the nail out of your fucking head. And we're going to solve this problem. I don't care if you cry. I don't care if you try to make an emotional reframe. The guy who's the hard ass who can pull that off, you win. You're the more alpha you are, the better you can pull it off. So Is it Ephesians? Submit yourselves to one another in fear of God. Wives, submit to yourselves to your own husbands. Your own. I love how that's to your own husbands, not the other bitch's husband. Your husband. Got to make that. God said, you know what? Better make this no confusion here. Your husbands, not some other dude's husbands. As unto the Lord. So the next in line between yourself and God is your husband. I'm reading it. Maybe I'm interpreting it. Right. Let's see. As unto the Lord, for the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the savior and the body. So the guy is technically the Christ figure in the marriage. Got it? And is the same. Okay. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives unto their own husbands in everything. Submit to their own husbands in everything. Everything, Jordan. Everything.
And so, and you're in it for the long run, in principle. And so both of you.
Wait a minute, hold on. I'll be incomplete if I don't do this. Somebody's going to run me up the flagpole if I don't finish the whole thing. Husbands, love your wives. Love your wives. Didn't say submit to your wives. Doesn't say, oh, maybe you should just, like, if she take her word for it, have her be a good helpmeet, have her be a. No, love your husband. Love your wives. Okay. Even as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for it, that he might sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word, that he might present it. This is King James, so sorry. Might present it to himself a glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle or any such thing, like blemish, right? Yeah. So ought men to love their wives as their own bodies. Okay. He that loveth his wife loveth himself. See? So it still comes back to the dude. Love your wives as you love yourselves.
Have to submit yourself to the necessity of acting toward one another in a manner that makes that long-term iterated play most productive.
Not in the Bible.
And there's a submission in that. That's the submission of maturity. That's the adoption of voluntary responsibility.
I'm not seeing the adoption of voluntary responsibility in here. Nor am I seeing a submission in the sense that you're putting it out for us here.
Putting away childish things.
That has nothing to do with submission, but continue.
It's not doing today what you know will damage you or your partner tomorrow.
That's out of the Gospel of Peterson. That's out of 12 Rules for Life.
Foregoing impulsive hedonistic pleasure. All of that in the service of something that's genuinely higher.
There we go. All right. Well, let's back this up again so we can go to the
idea of submission.
Okay, hold on.
Why is the idea of submission of a woman to a man in the context of a marriage socially repulsive?
Okay. Did he answer that question? Let's do it again. One more time. Thank you, Tammy.
Why is the idea of submission of a woman to a man in the context of a marriage socially repulsive?
Socially repulsive. Why is that? Why is it socially repulsive? Well, here we go. Which one can I get? Let's do, is it this one? Oops, no, other one. Hold on. There we go. Okay, here we go. 5 minutes. You see the time here. Here's why it's repulsive. Because we live in a gynocentric social order. Because ever since the sexual revolution, where we have empowered women since 1965-ish, we have put women into the position of the man. That's all you have to say. I mean, that's bonehead simple. I could just stop right there, but let's keep going just a touch because I got to elaborate just a little bit. No, not as much as him. So the reason why it seems like it is the women bristle at well, first of all, the word submission, he is correct. It has the connotations of slavery. It has the connotations of responsibility without authority. It's like telling women, in fact, if that's not the definition of what we just read biblically here just a moment ago, I don't know what is. Men have authority over women. That's it. That's what's it. If you want to go with the Bible, that's fine. But I'm going to tell you from a secular, from a biological, empirical reality, the reason why is because women do not trust men. They think they are untrustworthy. They think they are worthless. They think they are ridiculous. We have systematically, for the last 60 some odd years, since the sexual revolution, have systematically disempowered men or disadvantaged men in order to advantage women. Well, guess what? We've successfully turned women into the men that they want to marry. Those women do not want to submit to any man. They do not want to allow that man any degree of authority. In fact, you will even hear it in Christian circles, in Christian narratives right now, because you'll hear even pastors, or you'll hear women, female pastors, who are, by the way, in positions of authority, going against the religious side of things here, because there's scripture that says, doesn't permit that. But the reason why is because there's still the secular world has informed the doctrine of the religious world. So that's why you'll get these male and female preachers will say, allow your man to lead. Well, the problem with that is that it presumes that you already have the authority, and you're in giving this pitiable piece of shit guy who doesn't deserve any authority. He should always be an equal, not a helpmeet. The man should be the helpmeet, right? It's not even a position of equals at that point. But if you're presuming that you're going to give that person any kind of authority, then it already presumes that you have the authority to give in the first place. So bear that in mind. The other thing is women cannot trust men. If they cannot trust men, they are either ridiculous, they're abusers, or they're incompetent. Those are the three choices that most women have. And that's what we keep teaching women over and over and over again in Western societies and white societies, even in Muslim societies, even in Judaism, you name the culture. Feminism, gynocentrism is seeping into that culture. And so what that presents is it presents women who are told from a traditional religious, conservative, traditional perspective that they should cede authority to a man after they have made themselves into the functional equivalent of a man. So therefore they won't, that's why they bristle at that. I've earned all this stuff. I've done all this shit. Just because you have a dick doesn't mean I'm going to submit to you. Fuck you. You're incompetent. You might be an abuser. You're untrustworthy. You're ridiculous. You're like Homer Simpson. So why would I give you anything? Why wouldn't she bristle at that? And so that's why I get into all this crosstalk with other people about why women and men should be functional equals. It should be like marriage should be a agreement, or it should be a contract between equals. And I'm looking at the clock right now. And that's why they bristle at that, because they have become the men that they wanted to marry, and the men that they're with do not deserve any kind of authority just presumed on their sex. That's why and that's why I keep using the term deference, not submission. Women need to defer authority to men who are competent, who are worthy. And I'll finish with this. Royce said this at one point. He said, women want to help a man with a worthy man with his cause. They want to help him and be a helper and want to be a complement to a man's life. And when we talk about, a woman needs to help me find my peace, that is sort of being expressed right there. And that is why women do not want to be submissive to men. It sounds like defeat. It sounds like dumb yourself down. Boom. I got 6 seconds left. That's it. Yeah, okay, it's Jezebelian Satanism. Okay, no, it's, you know what it is though? I hate this stupid term. Like, this is dumb, dude. Eli, I love you, brother, but this is, no, you know what it is? It's a spirit of rebellion. That's how Dalrock put it. Of course, and why wouldn't they? You know where that spirit of rebellion comes from? You say, oh, it's Satan, it's the devil. No, it's simpler than that. It doesn't. Why? You don't need to attribute it to any kind of religious, ideological, magical. You don't have to. No, it's very simple to understand in just realistic terms. Like what? From a pragmatic, imagine this. Imagine you sign up for a job, and you want to get this job. And the guy says, okay, that's great. But here's the deal. If you're going to accept this job, we know that you've been working in the Manosphere, Rollo. You've been writing for 20 plus years. You've been, or 25 years. You've been working in this particular field. And we'll hire you. We're not going to pay you quite as much as you were paid in your last job or how much you're making freelance right now just being by yourself. And we're going to give you a supervisor. And that supervisor, he's never worked in the field before. And he, in fact, just because he's the son of the CEO, you have to answer to this guy. And you have 25 years of seniority, I know. Don't worry about it. You probably know infinitely more about whatever this, whatever your field is, your professional field is. But you know what? If you want this job and you really want to be involved in this, then you're going to have to submit to this guy who is, 20 years younger than you, has no experience in this, is kind of ridiculous, incompetent, bumbling, foolish idiot, and can get kind of abusive occasionally, but you've got to take this job. Would you take it? That's the pragmatism. It's not God said this, or it's not. It has nothing to do with religion. It's simple pragmatism. You'd be like, "Fuck you, I'm taking this." And by the way, you're still responsible for all this all this fool's mistakes. There, done. Maybe okay. Let's add another minute or two on there. Okay, so within 6 minutes, I've explained to you exactly why submission women bristle at submission. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Class over. Ding ding. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. It's changed my life for the better. Thank you. I love you. Appreciate you too. I do. I love everybody. I love you all equally. You're all special children in your own special way. Let's see. Did I get to this? I did. Thank you, Kinetic. You know what? I don't know if I gave you this. There you go. Do you think Peterson randomly breaks? Okay, we got into that. Happy birthday. Damn, dude. You know what? You get another one. I think that's it. Oh, I got 2 more starred in here just to jump on these again. Rick Terry, thank you very much. Oh, in Alpha God, Dr. Hector Garcia explained in Christianity, God made all of our souls feminine so we could submit to his role as our heavenly father. Actually, no. How do you dispute that, Jordan? That's not the way I read it, Rick. I can understand why you would interpret it that way, but the way that Dr. Hector Garcia spells it out is he looks at the relationship of primates, right? There's always the powerful alpha male. Oh, and by the way, so that powerful alpha gorilla has 3 things: access to all the chicks, access to all the fertile women, or all the girl apes, girl gorillas when they're in estrus. And they want to get with him because he's the alpha male. And he's very responsible for his own kids. Yeah. You want to know why gorillas kill off the offspring of the rival alpha that they drove off or killed? He kills them because DNA is important. That's why. That's why, by the way, lions do the same thing. Other animals do that. Like the males of a lion pride will go and kill the cubs. There's a theory out there that says that the reason for hidden estrus is because a new alpha that comes into the group and takes over if he doesn't know that they're not his kids or they are his kids, then that's why you have concealed estrus. But that's neither here nor there. But again, pretty ugly truth about reality, but maybe that doesn't fit into the biblical analysis here. But the way that Dr. Hector Garcia explains this is that the reason he says alpha God is because he's sort of making it alpha primate. So the reason why we have the image of God that we do is because we're the apex species on planet Earth. So of course God looks like us. He doesn't look like a horse. He doesn't look like a dog. He doesn't look like he looks like us. And even you could even make this case like the gods of Egypt, right? They had like the head of a jackal or whatever. They were still human. They're anthropomorphic. They still had hands and feet and everything. So we turn our gods into something we can relate with, and usually that's a person. Well, what's the most badass person? What's the highest form of human being? Well, the alpha male. He can kill you on the spot. He wants certain things: access to beautiful women, territory, and resources. So you can tithe. This is the Holy Land, and go into that tribe, kill off all the men folk, and take their women. That's the Hector Garcia theory. Happy birthday! Helped me be at peace with my divorce. Awesome for you. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. All right. Did we get that? Okay, I got to you. I keep coming back to that same one. Think I got one more. I got one more from Katie Maria. Katie Maria, where are you? Oh, happy birthday. Thank you for helping me change my life for the better. You are welcome, sir. And there's Katie Maria. Hey, Katie, you know what? You get one of these two. Thank you, Katie. Happy birthday, Rollo. Appreciate you. Can I join the Sister Wives Club? Consider yourself now an official member. Well, apparently Ally's not in the Sister Wife Club anymore because she's pregnant. But yeah, so I got a spot. I got a spot open. You're in, Maria. Katie Maria. Love you too. Come down. Come to Vegas. We'll decide on that. Me and Mike will decide whether you can be a sister wife. All right, I think that's it. 422. I don't want to go too much longer today. Thank you for making my birthday a special one, everybody. I love you. I love you very much. I have, before I go, should I do this? I should do this. I don't really. I've been debating on whether I should. I already played you the video from the party machine with the triplets, so that should be more than a birthday present for you guys. But Sunday's show is right here. Let me see if I can get through these. I don't really need the movies, though. Hold on a second. There we go. Ah, perfect. Okay, so all the JPEGs through all of the JPEGs. I don't need the movies. I don't know if I need that either. Oh, oops, no, I don't need that one. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to go out in a, yes, please. Can I open them all in a, there we go. Ah, perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to do things a little bit differently on the way out here. I usually just leave and I probably will, but I'm going to give you guys a special treat on the way out the door today. Once again, this is Jevani Sanders. You met him earlier today. He's the guy who does my my theme song for Access Vegas, which, by the way, is like a raging success. I'm happy to say. So it's been 55 times around the sun. I need to go fire up my sleds because it's 5:36 here on the east or the west coast, the left coast. And I think we got through this one pretty well. I think I got to pretty much everything I wanted to, but I'm going to run this is going to be a little bit different than the way I usually do things. So let's see. I may or may not be in Miami. It just kind of depends on whether or not I get my new dog. See if I got a picture of my new dog. Maybe I should start with the dog. Start with Anna. Where's Anna? Anna. Don't I have Anna somewhere? I think I have her here. Hold on a sec. Is that my dog? That's not the dog. I got a new dog coming. Her name is Anna. She's we decided that we need to have a new a helpmeet for Ned. And so we got damn it, where did I put that picture? I know I had it somewhere in here. That can go. Ah, here we go. Wait, okay. But before we go, I have to introduce you to the newest member of the clan here. And that is 9599. Okay. Is that it? There she is. Okay, here we go. I gotta put dog voice. Here, this is dog voice. She's such a good girl. That's going to be Anna. That's going to be, if you see her on the videos and you see her in pictures and stuff, pretty soon I'm supposed to be picking her up. Her leg is finally healed. She came through the program. She had a busted leg, but the people in Gray Save, which is the people that I go through, they said, she's just perfect for you. Just wait till she heals up. She's finally healed up, and Ned's going to have a new playmate very soon. And she's a cutie. So I figured I'd put that. Here you go. One more time. Look at that. Look, how can you resist? So with that, I am going to leave you with a few things here. I can't really do that, can I? There we go. All right. So I'm going to leave you with the golden voice of Jevani Sanders. But before I do, I have some pictures to show you on our way out. So stick around for the pictures. And I think you guys will laugh a little bit. Thank you very much, Elena's Barres Fitness. Elena's Barres Fitness. And I got Taube. Thank you. Glad I caught you live. Thank you. I'm glad you did too. And I got Katie Marie in there. And I think that's probably good enough. That's going to be good for me. So guys, thank you for sticking around. I love you all. Thanks for being here with my birthday. It's my birthday and I got other things to do. So here we go. I'm going to take myself out old fashioned style. Where'd we go?